There we go. I don't know why. Oh, wait, that's not right. Hold on. That's right. There we go. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It is me, yo, friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, back again for another day of Warframe-based shenanigans. I don't know why all my software decided to break today. But how is everyone doing? Drink my water, Damien? I guess so. What is everyone going on? What is everyone doing? So there's a 60% Tysus sitting at our friendly Eleanor, so you should go pick up that. Sad day? Uh-oh, why is today a sad day? Hey, Birdline, how you doing today? What you up to? Been playing Nezha for so long, you got 5 builds for him? Hell yeah. Waiting on Gyre? Oh yeah, Gura's retiring. Is she like full retiring, or is she just changing agencies slash model and thus graduating her one model? Because that's how that works with VTubers, right? It's like when they leave the agency or they change their whole model and like persona, it's like a separate thing. How am I? I'm having a rough day today, but we're managing. Been using my Jade build since you asked about it in one of your recent streams. Been loving it. Don't know if we shared my shards. I don't think I have any shards on my Jade. I got 3 shards. Just strength. I just have strength on here. Ideally, you'd want orange shards for critical damage on heat for glory. But it completely depends on what you're looking to do. Yeah, well, so graduating means like one of two things with VTubers, right? It means they're either retiring their model slash leaving the agency, like Watson did that, or straight up done streaming, right? That's my understanding of it. So, she's leaving Hololive, apparently. Are Archon shards needed for builds to be good? No, but it makes builds much better. It makes builds much better. They're kind of like, think of them as like super mods. Like, they're just mods, right? That's all they are. They're just mods that do a thing and you can stack multiples of them. There's nothing too crazy about them. All right, we're gonna go do our dailies because that's what we do around here. I saw a douche hanging out. Oh, good douche. Do you wish to daily? No, but it makes you build more company for your own playstyle. Yeah, and that's really where I use them a lot. Like, I use a lot of yellow shards because I find the casting in this game is too slow for the way I want to go. So, like, I end up using a lot of yellow shards for casting. But you don't need them. But, you know, still good. Yes, there is. That's why I made a short on the Tysus today. It's like I planned this. I didn't plan this at all. I woke up this morning and found out that it was heat, and I wrote that short today. Okay, who wants to join me? We got room for 2. We're doing New Loca and Red Veil dailies as per usual, because that's what we like to do here as we're getting our day started. We got room for 2. Who wants to join us? Should we start with Red Veil first today? Skana can use similar Mire build pretty much. Not the Mire that I'm necessarily doing, because my Mire is based around its unique trait. However, regular Skana builds, yes. Yeah. Hey, Sniper, good to see you. I'm having a rough day today, but I'm okay. Got short pulled up, haven't watched it yet. Plan to, once you try the Tysus, I was really impressed by the Tysus. Once I actually, like, invested some time and took a look at how it functioned, it's incredibly interesting. It's actually a very neat weapon. All right, let's go do. No one wants to join us for New Loca or Red Veil? Let's get started with New Loca then. It's an incredibly interesting weapon. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be like super crazy changing the way people play the game, obviously. Like, I don't think any new weapon is going to do that. But I was pretty impressed with its damage output, especially its single target damage output. It was pretty solid. It was pretty dang solid. My hair is doing something weird again today. Well, it's not even just for single target primer. Because the dot effect can apply more heat stacks, you end up having actually a ton of heat stacks and heat damage out of it. Oh, is it this one? Up we go. I douche. Still adding to your Lich's repertoire? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I still need to go and... Oh, we got literally the worst map. Alright. Alright. But yeah, I was really impressed with the Tysus, actually. Any logic to which syndicates get which Warframe augments? I'm sure there's a logic, I just don't know about it. Dual Ichor Riven with damage, shock, crit damage, and negative to finisher damage. I mean, base damage isn't really that important. On a Riven, because of course you have condition overload. And so I wouldn't say the damage itself is that impressive. However, the rest of that is pretty solid, and it's not like more base damage is necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? So I'd still say it's quite a good Riven, and I wouldn't change it because of course that just replaces your, since it has electric on it, that just straight up replaces a 60/60 electric thing. So, you know, it's certainly a very good mod. Certainly not a bad Riven roll. Could you get better? Absolutely. Is it worth rolling more to get better? Only the gamble gods can give you that answer. Only the gamble gods can tell you that. Melee damage, replace it with prime pressure point. Yeah, but the problem is that with the dual Ichors, you have so much you have so much status chance on those things that you're typically going to be not running prime pressure point. You're going to be running condition overload, which is just a significantly better source of base damage. Can you run regular temporal after deep? Yes, you can. You can only get the loot once. They share the loot pool, so you can do it multiple times, but you only get the loot once. May doesn't steal the Lich luck. I think May actually just sits here with some witch's spells stealing all of our Lich luck. It's all May's fault. I knews it. I knews it. No, it's not May's fault. I'm joking. But yeah, no, I think payoff, that's not a Riven that I would get rid of. Usually run both of them together? No. So, because the reason why you don't necessarily want to do that is because base damage does have diminishing returns. And especially on melee, it becomes very apparent very quickly because of condition overload. So you don't necessarily want to run that much base damage because usually, like, melee mods are usually freaking stacked, right? Like, you need so many mods on those things. Not necessarily to make them good, but you just have so many. You just do it for base? That's fair then. But again, like at the end of the day, if it's what makes you happy, then just do it. Oh no, I hate Banes. I don't use Banes. I'm too lazy. I will never use Bane mods because I'm too lazy to use Bane mods. It's not that Bane mods are bad. They're very good. I'm just too lazy to switch out my mods between missions. Do I have a dual Ichor build? No, but if you check out my Okina build, it's relatively similar to that. I still need to go on a Pathos Clamp farm spree one of these days. It's okay, I got it. I have to go on a Pathos Clamp farm spree one of these days and just get like so much. Hey, Wesky, good to see you. It's really weird. Okay, anyone who has anxiety, you know exactly what I'm about to say. The lead up to the thing that's causing you anxiety causes you more anxiety than doing the thing. Anyone who has anxiety knows exactly what I'm talking about. Because today I was like, I should just not stream today. I should just sit here and just veg. And then like once I started streaming, I'm be like, oh yeah, I'm really comfortable at doing this because I've been doing it for years. Oh yeah, I'm actually good at this. It was just one of those mornings where I'm just like, I don't want to do this. Yeah, I'm also going through like some medication changes, so the anxiety has just been going a little nutty on me. Just some medical stuff. Nothing like dangerous or concerning, just, you know, the usual mental health medical stuff. You want to talk to me about it before, but hey, no, it's all good. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I got distracted. I'm bad at this game. You don't have anxiety for walking to this one massive water slide that's completely black inside with more scary than riding it? Yeah, I get that. I get that. It's that sort of claustrophobia mixed with like fear of water. I get ya. I do understand it. Hey, Tyr, you're so tired? Your name is very fitting then today. But welcome on in. How you doing? Other than being tired, clearly. Are you on this one? You're on this one. Get off my point, nerd. Get out of here. But your streaming makes the DA of this boring office worker much more. That's perfect. I'm glad that I'm doing it. And no, that's not parasocial. Parasocial is like where you start, for me at least, it's where you start forming unhealthy relationships in your head about someone that you've never interacted with outside of, like, content. You know what I mean? Like, people who are like, oh my gosh, this person commented on my, liked my comment. That means we're friends now. Or like, oh, this person has done that a bunch. That means we're friends now. And it's like, no, I just replied to your comment a few times. It's nothing to be getting crazy about. That's where I think parasocial. And actually, that was like something that I had a huge problem with when I first started streaming, was the whole parasocial thing. Is what people do to VTubers, get mad they date people IRL? Yeah, it's the exact same thing like K-pop stars. Like K-pop stars is like another really big one where they're not always allowed to pursue relationships outside of work because of stuff like that. Also, it's probably because then it's like, the K-pop producers want the people to feed into that. Be like, oh, this is someone I could date, and thus I liked watching them more, and like listening to their music more. Like, that's like the really dangerous side of parasocial stuff. But just sort of like, hey, you make my day better. That's not parasocial. That's just like, hey, artist, your art, aka streaming, makes me happy. I don't think that's parasocial. At least it's not to me. Hey, Deuce, good to see you. How you been? For example, when people say famous people are husband and wife, yeah, I mean, like, if you're saying, like, oh, that's my future husband. I feel like with like, very famous people, that's more of, like, a joke. But it's like, when it starts going beyond the joke into, like, the actual dangerous side is where it becomes a concern. Heck, I haven't even had anybody meet me in real life yet, so I don't even have any concerns about that. You moved into your new house? Ooh, very exciting. Very nice. Congratulations, Deuce. That's awesome to hear. How does Zaku's third ability work? You hold cast to rotate which of the 3 buffs you want. And then you cast it on an enemy, and then the area around the enemy has that buff or debuff or thing happen. So, like, one of them is minus armor. I forget what the other 2 are because I don't care about... I don't use that ability, if I'm being honest. I don't use that ability from them. Minerva and Velimir is an example. They're fictional. Yeah, I guess that could work. You subsume over it because brain too small? I mean, that's what I do. I subsume over it because brain too small. I'm that person. That's me. The Lado is fun. I haven't really messed around with the Lado at all. I haven't really messed with the Lado at all, actually. Terrify on their 3 forever? Yeah, I put Phantom Eyes on their 3. Because then it sort of gives some survivability, because it slows enemies down, puts out heat damage, strips armor and shields, not just armor, and is also mobile, and I'm a very mobile player, so I find that Phantom Eyes from Jade works best. Who is the most tankiest Warframe? There's a lot. I mean, if we're going by like frames that have actual straight up invincibility mechanics, then there's like Nyx and Revenant and Valkyr all have straight up immunity functions. If we're talking about like overall tankiest, probably like outside of straight up invulnerability, Rhino. If we're talking about sort of like everywhere else, then we're talking like Trinity, Dante gets put into there, but Overguard isn't necessarily too great, especially when you get further into the game. Overguard tends to really have a steep fall off. on survivability, unless of course you're playing a Rhino where you have 2 bajillion overguard, right? So that's why, like, Rhino I would say is probably the tankiest, but it's kind of like different levels of tank. Yeah, in level cap, anything sort of above level couple thousand, overguard starts to really fall off. Hey Voyage, how you doing today? So it's kind of like not really a straight answer. Thoughts on Varuna? The hit and run playstyle is not really for me, so I don't really play Varuna all that much. But she's incredibly strong. And I haven't really tried out other playstyles than her hit and run playstyle, so I could be just missing something straight up. Being honest with you. But I haven't really messed around a whole ton with Varuna. Yeah, Voyage if you're here when I start yelling. Limbo? I mean, Limbo's also incredibly tanky, but not a lot of people like playing Limbo. Slash, where have you been? I was thinking about you yesterday, actually. Because another person who's been super busy lately showed up yesterday and be like, oh, Slash has been super busy lately. I wonder how Slash is doing. I assume you're just busy with the whole, you know, educating idiot children who think that they're adults. But welcome back, Slash. Always happy to have you. Hope that teaching is going well. Hi, Spooky. Thank you. How are you? Oh, hi. How be you? We're just looking for cookies. Show your Vandal? Yeah, absolutely. Send it over. Wes, I'll take a look in a few minutes. Working on Necros still? Hell yeah. Necros is great. And if you type exclamation point Necros, you'll see my build. Your brain space is limited. Also taking a brain break off of Warframe. On a break, just got off your first course instructor. Hell yeah. Slash, that's amazing, dude. I love that. You love the Bratton Scanda, Lado and Scandal? Fuck. Scandalous. You love those weapons, eh, Umbral Loki? Sorry, my brain just broke there. This is where I'm at today, everybody. It's gonna be one of those days. The brain just went, those are words. We're just gonna mash those together and hope that works. The brain's having a day off today, everyone. What can I say? Do you need a name? Need a name for dual Ickers. Name for dual Ickers. I don't know. Tara, thank you very much for the 4 months with your using your Prime Gaming sub here. Thank you. Very generous. How you doing today, Tara? What you up to? That was my cookie. How dare you try to steal my cookie, douche? How dare. Names them Blades of Chaos? Nah, it's gotta be like a funny name. I mean, you could go like Sticky Icky. Okay, douche has got that one down there. That's your cookie. You can have that one. Or, you know, something else. Pokey Sticks? That's true. You could go Pokey Sticks. Back to the work grind this week? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. You're also back playing the other shit game? What's the other shit game? Oh, Destiny 2? That's fine. Who cares? As long as you're having fun. Please help. You've been listening to Super Sentai Ops all day. I don't know what that is, but I can't help you. Sloppy Choppy? Sloppy Choppy. That's a good one. Lead, that's a good one. Sloppy Choppy. That's a good one. Hey, Potter, how you doing? You named your Coda Bass What the Mouth Do? I mean, that's fair. Your Sobek, Plague Banner, your Dual Toxicist is the fixers. You need a dual Sloppy Choppy. Might I recommend Sloppy Choppy? I am pro Sloppy Choppy camp. Good, you? I'm doing pretty good. We're managing today. We're hoping that my new graphics card will come back So hard to manage solo? Oh no. Wait, you're trying to solo Root of Nightmares? The raid? Oh, that's impressive. I believe in you, Slash. I did a few solo flawless dungeons back in my day. Yeah, I remember back when, like, that was a relatively new raid, people were able to do that. What happened to the new GPU? I had to send it in to get diagnostics on it. It's just not functioning properly. So, I had to send it in to get diagnostics done. I'm just doing this. Someone soloed it on Master? What the frig? Some people are crazy. Yeah, Deepstone Crypt you actually need a party with, don't you? Because of some of the mechanics. Wrathful Advance work well on Garuda? If you're going a melee Garuda, absolutely. Anything that could have melee work on it is going to like Wrathful Advance. Has been solo flawless as well? Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, I'll play Defense Boy if you want to do the hunting for the loots. F soloed a lot of stuff in Destiny 2. Yeah, I actually liked doing the solo and the harder stuff in Destiny 2. I never really got into the raiding just because of my anxiety with it for some reason. But I did enjoy it when I was doing it. A lot of the time, my community would just be like, Zenos, you're distracted by running a community, so you're on ad duty. I'm like, okay, I understand. That's reasonable. I suppose that's reasonable. It's time? What is it time for? I never did raid solo. I did do a number of dungeon solo flawless back then. I forget which ones. I did Prophecy. I did the one with from the 30th edition or 30th anniversary, Bungie 30th anniversary, that one. Okay, my jump just didn't want to work. That's cute. Okay, my jump just doesn't want to work twice. Okay, that's very cute. Thank you. Speedrun solo D1 Crota's End before the changes? Oh yeah, I remember watching when Crota's End was new, people soloing that. People were so pissed off about that happening. Because that was like when the swords were done. And I remember like there was an interaction with swords that allowed you to solo Crota when it was like brand new. And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of boring. There's a candy here that you can't get. That's all right. Just grab whatever candies we can grab. What's the hype behind the Motivore? Not really much hype, honestly. It's a fun weapon. It's got some interesting builds to it because it has 6 times bonus damage from the physical damage type mods. IPS. Wow, we have not found a lot here so far this run. Is there just like 7 hiding in here? Wow, there's like, where the hell's all the loot? So you can do some pretty interesting things with that, but like, if I'm being honest, there's not really like anything stellarly crazy about them. They're just good. You know, it's a fine weapon. I did a puncture, impact, and slash build for all for them. So I did sort of one for each. I found the puncture to be kind of fun, but I found that the impact was the most fun for me because it gave 40% attack speed base. And I was like, ooh, that's pretty tasty. I do like 40% attack speed. Are you a candy? You're not a candy. Aw, man. Alright, y'all, you know the deal. We gotta run a quick ad break so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a few minutes. After using incarnates, you don't really see yourself caring for anything that's not an incarnate. Yeah, that's totally fair. I get that. A build for it? Yeah, I got a build for all 3 different versions. Loki. Why? Are you one? No, you're not one. So then you have to be one. Your problem right now is with Explicator. You need an exotic class with Shinto assassins, and the game not being nice about it makes it much easier. Oh. Yeah, that was kind of one thing that I was never really a huge fan with Destiny was, because, like, Warframe's RNG is more like if a blueprint drops. But because of the random stats on the weapons, or random perks on weapons in D2, it just ended up creating a much more grind than I really wanted to do. And I just kind of got bored of that grind very quickly. The crafted weapons were super interesting, though. And I was always a really big fan of whenever crafted weapons got sort of good perks. Because it was just like less work. And it made me enjoy the game much more. But yeah, I mean, Incarnons are very good. There are some weapons that are not Incarnons that do outpace Incarnons in specific circumstances. Like a lot of the Coda and Kuva and Tenant weapons are quite powerful and quite good. But at the end of the day, if you don't like Incarnons, you don't like Incarnons. That's totally fair. Or if you just like Incarnons, then you just like Incarnons. Kind of felt like a never-ending series of hoops they had to jump through before the hoops moved. Yeah, I feel you with that one. How you doing, Say Zero? They made almost every raid have craftable versions now. Vault of Glass, Last Wish, and Guardian. Oh, that's kind of nice. Yeah, give me a few minutes here. Umbral. Okay, we're gonna do, Red Veil, dailies, rep dailies, if anybody wants to join me for Red Veil. Did they re-enable it? Oh, I don't know if they re-enabled it. I think that they re-enabled it last week. So here you are, Loki. So just grab screenshots for you here. This is the puncture build. Using melee deity. Because puncture gains extra range. With this. And then slash build is melee influence because you get a bajillion more status chance with melee influence here. Phone is MIA. Okay, well, let me know when your phone isn't MIA. Sam 13B0J. No player found online with that name. Sam, do you want to double check your in-game name? Wisp from Westkey. Archon Intensify, Adaptation, Overextended, Cataclysmic Gate. Yeah, so interesting thing is that this now scales off of range. It's incredibly... I'm very interested in doing more tests with this. Put an O, not a 0? That's because there's an O in their name. Oh, it is a 0. I'm just an idiot. I'm just an idiot. Good old dyslexia. Sam... 13B0J. There you go. So the Motivore. This is the puncture build because puncture gains more range. So I put on Augur Strike and Junglist Barbs to boost up its status chance a little bit more. Weeping Wounds for more melee deity shenanigans. Then we have our slash build. And this is using melee influence because slash gets an extra status percentage chance, which is quite powerful, obviously, with melee influence. And then impact build, which is just based around doing crits and hitting fast because impact gains 40% attack speed. Yes, Gate would work well with Universal Fallout if you want to go that route. Anyone know if primary acuity is not worth running on Basmu anymore? Well, primary acuity is no longer giving multiplicative crit, or, yeah, multiplicative crit, it's giving additive crit, whereas before it was doing multiplicative crit, so it may not be worth it now because of that. Piker? So it may not be worthwhile now because of that, but honestly, I think it's still worthwhile because it's still 350% crit chance, which is still really solid on a lot of weapons. So you can have some fun with that, but you know, one or the other. Why is your Excal Blade deal viral even though you have gas on it? Why don't you link it to me and then I can tell you? Yeah, they fixed the multiplicative thing. Oh, Jupiter Defense, so I'll swap to Nova. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you have Nourish, that would be doing it. If you have something else on the build. Hi, bud. Yeah, it's not your dinner yet, buddy. Not yet, you silly boy. You want to join, but you're at work? That's okay. It is time to pose against them. Hey, Cal, how you doing today? Now, there's usually 2 on this map, so there we go. There's 1. And there's 2. You're planning on putting Warcry? Alright, Warcry's not a bad choice. The best move is radial attacks, so usually those can't headshot. Yeah, that's true. Radial attacks have a hard chance of getting weak point hits, so that could also be causing the problem for you. How about me? I'm doing okay. Had a bit of a rough morning, but we're trying to pull it back. You need the attack speed? Yeah, I didn't find that it really, the Excalibur needed that much attack speed because the punch through on the blades means that it hits so many people with one attack that it doesn't really need the attack speed. But then again, if you like the attack speed, then you like the attack speed. Never would have thought about doing melee influence on the blade. Yeah, it's real crazy. Which, if you want to see my Excalibur build, you can type !Excalibur in the Twitch chat to see it. Sadly, the API on YouTube does not work very well for build links, so I apologize. Yeah, so apparently right now there's a bug going on with Arcane Battery so that you don't get the bonus, attack speed, or you don't get the bonus critical damage from the purple shards with Arcane Battery to force your energy above 500. I don't know if that's been fixed since then, but apparently that is a bug that is happening. Come here. Stop hiding. Come fight me. Prick. But honestly, it's still worthwhile running it like that. I think that they are getting that fixed, but I have no idea. Yeah, battery with purple shards is apparently not functioning fully. Apparently. Yeah, just sort of like having arcanes and shards just allows us to have a lot more build flexibility, which is really the big thing that I like about arcanes and shards. More than anything else, it just sort of allows us to do and try different things. And have more interesting builds and, you know, do weird, fun things with it all. You haven't noticed it? Yeah, I have no idea if it's been fixed, but apparently that is the case. It does not, in fact, increase your critical multiplier if you're using battery to get above 500. I don't know, again, if that's been fixed, so don't quote me, because I haven't really been paying attention to hotfixes the last week while I've been dealing with my health stuff, so could be wrong. Been wrong before, be wrong again. Arcanes in Charge is super cool. Crazy to think it all started with Warframe helmets. Yeah, exactly. Because back in the day, it used to be helmets that would give you that bonus. Give you a bonus, and it was like a cosmetic option that you had to use. Quick question, does Neza's first cleanse him of status stuff? Yes, if you walk over the fire, it will cleanse you of status stuff. Alternatively, Warding Halo makes you immune to status effects, so you don't need his first. But his first is useful for group play because it makes everybody else have status immunity or status cleansing when they walk over your flames. Hey guys, here you make the sheave. First off, you put on melee influence. Yeah. I mean, it's part of the reason why I've been sort of not using as much, not using as much melee influence on my builds. I also have a personal headcanon that I think melee influence is probably going to get looked at by the devs. I think that it's kind of overperforming. So, I have no idea. Yeah, arcane helmets used to be a thing. Helmets that would give you buffs to your abilities like power, strength, or duration and stuff. Some of the weapons still have skins that you can purchase in the Nightwave store that change the way that they function as well. You can actually sell those on the Steam Marketplace, by the way, if you ever need, like, I don't know how well they sell, but you can actually sell them on the Steam Marketplace.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
First one down, 2 more to go. They didn't leak it. There's like 3 or 4 different arcane helmets out there. They just decided to change the system and with what we now have as arcanes. But there was like 4 or 5. Think it's possible to do a nuke build with Nezha's first ability, or is it not possible? I would say that it's not possible, it's just not optimal. You can absolutely do it, but might get nerfed in the grave. I don't think it's gonna get nerfed in the grave. I think it's probably just gonna get like a cooldown increase or something. Because when you teleport to your Blazing Chakram by recasting it while it's in flight, you cause an AoE explosion with Firewalker. So you could do an interesting build with that, but the problem is that the helmet options that we have, which will be in my video when I get it done, I'm not pushing myself to try to get things done. I was putting myself in a bad headspace by trying to overwork myself. But you do, so you could do something with that. It is definitely a possibility. Is it like the most optimal way? Probably not. Could you do it? Absolutely. Would I highly recommend checking out like some of the different helmet options, because there's actually like a bunch of different great helmet options to utilize with Divine Retribution? Absolutely. But, you know, follow your heart. The arcane helmets are odd? Yeah, they are odd. They're a little bit weird. No reason to use melee influence. You see people saying you have no reason to use melee influence. Use melee if influence is nerfed, as if melee isn't one of the strongest, highest damage options with no kills. Yeah, I mean, it is still very strong. People just like to doom and gloom at every opportunity. You know, people said that the new core was going to be nerfed into the ground when it was nerfed years ago, and it's still one of the highest, most used weapons in the game. You know, people said that Wukong would never be used again because of nerfs. Wukong's still very well loved by the community. Like, you know, it's just the doom and gloomers. Don't pay attention to them. They don't know what they're doing. You also have a Dread with the picture of Rhino's arcane helmet. Oh, that's weird. Melee afflictions. I mean, melee duplicate's very strong. Melee afflictions, melee exposure. If you're running a shield tank frame, melee reinforcement, whatever it is, arcane reinforcement, the melee one. No, there's still lots of options outside of melee influence. I just think that melee influence is probably overperforming right now. Retaliation, that's the one, yeah. Zenos and names, not good? Who'd have thunk? Who would have thunk? But no, there's lots of still valid options for doing it. Like, I would like to see them rework some of the arcanes so that they're a little bit more powerful. Like, duplicate. Any crit chance above 100 gets put into critical damage. That would be a really simple and easy way to make melee duplicate incredibly powerful. Again, I say simply. I don't know how simple it would be. Pronouncing things incorrectly is a feature, not a bug. Exactly. It's me farming content. And that's why I was thinking about you yesterday, because you're the cunning linguist. Oh, did we let one die here? Covering the EFV8 Mars? Yes, Shadow Hunt, eventually. Do you think you messed up putting Nourish on Firewalker? If you're going for a gun platform build, no. If you're going for a Divine Retribution build, honestly, Nourish is not necessary. Unless, of course, you're just doing a Divine Retribution with a gun platform build, which is a thing. But, like... No, I mean, like... You can... The gun platform Nezha build is quite powerful. Because, of course, Blazing Chakram gives you damage multiplier. So you can actually do some pretty fun, whatchamacallit, weapon platform builds with that. But, like, I would probably say go, if you're looking to lean into Divine Retribution, you're probably looking at something else. Nuke or Curious to nuke them? Yeah, then you'll be fine. Yeah, there's no problem with that. It also means that you can lean away from so much energy regeneration from other options, because you'll have constant energy regeneration from Blazing Chakram, as long as you're using Equilibrium. Because Blazing Chakram, of course, spawns a ton of health orbs, and Equilibrium turns health orbs into energy, and thus is your energy economy. So, you know, still good. Still good. Oh, I did activate my support charge, okay. Itchy. Itchy. They fixed your dread? No, no. Oh, no. How dare they? Hey, Scotty, how you doing today, dude? Welcome on in. How was your day? I found a candy. Build a Curious Prime out of curiosity, now it's your favorite? Hell yeah. You gotta be a little bit careful with that thing's ammo economy, because of course it is an AoE weapon, so thus it has a poor ammo economy. Hi, buddy. No, it's not your dinner yet. It's not your dinner yet. You silly boy. So as long as you're, like, a bit careful with your ammo economy, the Curious is fantastic. Long blonde hair. She's so sweet with your face and stir. Where's the baddies? Where's the baddies? Give the guy his dinner? No, he gets his dinner at a set time every day. And he knows when it is. He just wants me to feed him early. He'll get his dinner when it's his dinner time. Are you gonna be my girl? Yeah, the old arcane helmets was like a system that they had way back in the day. No, I shall save it! Screw you! Nerds. How many do we got? We only got 6. Where they? Maybe the rest are over at extract. They usually hide 1 or 2 by extract. It was a super old system, even before arcanes came out. She's so sweet, just big monster. Which arcane should you use for the Icarius? You're still not certain? Honestly, with the Icarius, depending on what elements you're putting on, Cascade of Flare would be really good. Secondary Fortifier for more defensive options could also be good. You're just doing everything you can to be annoying as hell right now, aren't you, bud? No, not basically, straight up replaced. Not basically, literally replaced. Leave the little guy alone? I am leaving him alone. He's sitting right there. He's having a happy time, trying to get me to convince me to feed him sooner. And that's just not happening. He gets fed when he gets fed, and he knows when he gets fed. He's very aware.
Extraction is ready for you.
He does know how to tell time. Do you know that bees know how to tell time? Oh, that's a lot of baddies. Trying to convince you to eat him. If you touch my cat, I will fight you. I will fight you. No one's allowed to touch Sir Maximus. Not even I. Is that what I said? Oh, well. Don't eat my cat. Huh. Huh. Well, I guess we're only getting 7. Huh. Alright. We're only getting 7. Take a look at your build after this? Yeah, once I get done with my dailies, I'll take a look at all the builds people sent. We got one more mission here. Meow. Cotton candy? Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. I just like it. It looks cute. You can always just buy another. I'm honestly, affinity boosters are definitely worthwhile. They're definitely worthwhile. They're worth the plat. Yeah, the Warframe gods decided that I was not to have that loot. I forgot to put down energy pads.
The Grineer want to poison the mighty forests of Earth to make more room for themselves. You are here to stop them.
Nope, no loot back here.
Mixer.
Whee! A piece of candy! Should you get an affinity booster, you never notice the difference? Yeah, you don't notice the difference because you always have one. No, affinity boosters are definitely worthwhile. Especially if you're working on builds and forming. Like, if you're not working on any builds right now, then yeah, don't bother. But if you're working on builds, you should absolutely do it. Like, if you're working on forming stuff, it's worthwhile to even grab just like a 3-day when you're working on like a few different builds at once. Because it does really, like, literally doubles your leveling speed. Extra model capacity gets burnt. Yeah. Yep. Dad's old news. Hey, look, I found the Silver Grove.
It is highly explosive. Head to the poison injector now.
Yeah, but it's definitely worthwhile. Just like, honestly, increasing the speed of leveling is always worth it. What gun is that? This is the Tices, which is today's short. You can check over on the tubes. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Alright. Don't have enough apothecs? Yeah, it's definitely worthwhile. Getting the auras from the Silver Grove is actually some of the best auras in the game. Even though some of them are super specific and weird, they're definitely still worthwhile. Like, at the very least, growing power is worth it, and, brief respite is worth it. Those two alone make that farm worthwhile. Also, good source of platinum. Good source of platinum for those, too. There's also a few other ones that are a little bit weird and fun that are worthwhile as well. Putrid Cutters? That sounds cool. I like that one. Need most? So much pistol lamps? Yeah. Honestly, they're super worthwhile. It's a lot of extra, versatility for your builds. An extra 25% strength can sometimes make a huge difference depending on the build you're doing. So it's definitely worth it. And then also shield gating, you know, brief respite is like one of the most common mods for when you're doing a shield gating build. It's my cookie. Yeah, and then also 99 added a few new auras too, like Worthy Camaraderie, giving you extra weak point damage. So if you're doing a weak point build, you know, like Evade Harrow, throwing on that, which I forgot about existing when I made my Evade Harrow build. And I was like, oh, that was very silly of me. Oh well. But yeah, Worthy Camaraderie. Just lazy? Nah, I feel you, that one. Sometimes doing the Apothic farm can be a little bit frustrating, but if you take, I think it's an Oculist, the Oculus Sentinel will scan the plants even if you're at maximum codex scan entries. So then you just passively, like if you're just around Earth or one of the ice tile sets or one of the other ones that has the plants to scan for the resources, you can just, you know, passively farm it all, right? I think it's the Oculus does that, which is a Sentinel that you can get from whatchamacallit? Fortuna. I know, buddy, it's not your dinner yet. You're so early today. So early. So unbelievably early. Okay, Key, let's see what the other things you sent me here. Lado. That's a lot of crit chance. That's a lot of crit damage. Damage, critical chance, critical damage, minus damage to Grineer. So, one thing that I would note here is you have 3 sources of base damage. I would probably remove one of them. If you have heat on here, I can't remember if the Lado's Incarnate has heat. Maybe swap this out for Cascade of Flare, or Fortifier, or something else. Or swap out Semi-Pistol Cannonade for something else. Like maybe swapping out Semi-Pistol Cannonade for more fire rate or an element, because having the 3 sources of base damage is going to mean that you're not getting all your base damage out of them. And you're not getting rid of the Riven, so you might as well, you know, clearly the only option to get rid of is the Semi-Pistol Cannonade. And then that also allows you to get some more fire rate on here if you want to go that route. But otherwise, this looks fantastic. Very strong. With plant scanning as the day-night stuff feels kind of annoying. Yeah, they did fix it, so now the day-night cycle on the Earth tile sets is set to Cetus's day-night cycle. Dual Liquor, melee damage, critical damage, electricity minus finisher damage. Nice. Prime Reach, Violent Scourge, Vicious Frost, Blood Rush. Nice, nice. Yeah. That's pretty nice. Gauss from Key. Yeah, this is the super standard Gauss build. Yeah, super standard Gauss build. Thermal transfer to give you blast on all your weapons, high duration, high strength, arcane fury. Okay, so you're doing a melee build with it. Yeah, looks good. Looks nice. Looks nice. Yeah, this looks good. Viral electricity, melee influence. You're not really getting, I guess you're getting high slash and high electricity for galvanized elementalists, so that's good. Send you later on? Yeah, send it over. But I gotta run a quick ad break, so sit tight. You'll know the deal. It's some ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, sit tight. You're not going to miss much. Should you keep Berserker, Fury, or swap it for Weeping Wounds and use the 30% from neutral combo for Icar? Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I really value attack speed. I really value attack speed, so maybe not. But the extra status chance from Weeping Wounds would be really solid here. Of course, you do have an extra 120% status chance from Galvanized Elementalist here, so that also works. Alternatively, you know, you could swap this out for Weeping Wounds instead for a more generalized build. I'm not a huge fan of the Smite mods or any of the faction mods. I just don't use them. Icar attack speed is still decent without the Berserker? Yeah, absolutely. But if you wanted both, I mean, like, you have more than enough damage on this thing without this. So if you wanted to go both, you could just remove that. Gaming God, what do we got here? Motivore. Okay, so this is gonna be slash based since you have no it goes towards slash. Hey Rat, how you doing? It will automatically go towards slash because it does a 0.1 more damage. So you're getting extra stats chance there. Galvanized Reflex, Galvanized Elementalist, Voltaic Edge. So you're doing gas or you're doing blast melee influence. Yeah, this looks good. Yeah, I like this. I don't think you need reflex on here. There's not really, to me, a reason to be running reflex. Because you have Discipline's Merit here for your heavy attacks. I would probably swap out reflex for, like... I would probably swap this out for Condition Overload. And I would swap this out for range. How do you send a Riven? Square brackets, Riven mod. Mandatory for Coolervo to use the Umbral mods? No, not mandatory, but very beneficial. Arcane Battery, Bellicose, so this is your energy gain. Prime Continuity overextended. Why are you running so much? Oh, you're running this, that's why. You have so little strength on here. I know Bellicose is giving you an extra 72% strength here, but you still have a lot less strength than what you probably need. Wow, this is a weird build. That's so much duration, but so little strength. Honestly, I would get rid of Narrow-Minded. I would get rid of both of these. Replace it with like a stretch or an Archon stretch. And like a rolling guard. Because you do want to have high strength here. Yeah, you have, what? 156% strength here for your Wrathful Advance and your Roar. But like... yeah, it's not going to be enough. Can't die if you're always teleporting? No, that's not true. You can die, even if you're always teleporting. That is summarily incorrect. But you probably want a lot more strength on here because of both Roar and here. This is probably giving you like 45% damage. And then this is probably giving you like maybe 270 strength, maybe 200, maybe or 270 crit. I would probably lean heavier into the strength on here. Coolervo is a really strength hungry frame. I would probably lean more into the strength here. Like, I would replace this with just, like, a stretch. Is to supplement the strength. I mean, that's fair. But at that point, then why aren't you just going, like, Nourish? You know what I mean? Already hit damage cap? Okay, fair enough. Yeah. It'll do you well. You'll run into problems if you're going for level cap. But you'll still go well with it. Yeah, inside the in-game chat, Sam. Just as Piker typed there. You just copy and paste that minus the space. Hugo Boss, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, this would work perfectly fine. Wrath of Uko, of course, will keep your stats up. You're doing a slam build because slams. Arcane Bellicose gives you more strength. This gives you your energy pool. But with this much duration, you shouldn't need energy, if I'm being honest. And with that efficiency, you could probably swap this out for a Molt Augmented for more strength if you wanted to. But if you're doing the Arcane Battery for the purple shards, again, don't forget that Arcane Battery and the purple shards right now are not working together. So keep that in mind. You won't be getting the full purple shard crit multiplier from Arcane Battery. So keep that in mind. What you may want to do in that case is swap out this for energy. Dragon King. Okay, let's take a look at your Excalibur here. Okay, so first problem here is that you're not activating melee influence because you have no electricity here. Right? Volcanic Edge is getting combined in for electricity. Wait, why do you have Toxin on here? Yes, I understand how this works. Yes, yes. But as you can tell here, there's gas and no electricity. Oh, right. Chromatic Blade doesn't show up here. That's right. Chromatic Blade doesn't show up here. Why would you be getting viral? You shouldn't be getting viral. You should not be getting viral here. You shouldn't be getting anything other than gas and electric here. No, no, no. It counts as being down here. Anytime that you add on an element, it's like 99.9% of the time counts as being down here. It shouldn't create viral. No. Under zero circumstances should this be creating viral. Because there's no other elements here. So yeah, Dragon King, unless you're running like Nourish on your frame or something, even your companion shouldn't be giving you cold. No companion gives you cold. Right? Because you're saying you're doing viral with it. Are you running just a Panzer Vulpaphyla, Dragon King? Chromatic Blade? Even then, there's no double element here. Right? If you have Nourish or you're running a Panzer Vulpaphyla, that's where you're seeing the viral coming from. But that's the only way that you could be getting viral on here. With what you have sent me. That's the only way that you could be getting viral. On your enemies. I mean, because of course you don't get viral from the Panzer Vulpaphyla. The Panzer Vulpaphyla applies viral to enemies. But yeah, no, this shouldn't be doing anything there. Yeah, exactly. There's no cold here. And it goes top left to bottom right in order, and it's always sitting here. Notice you had a Riven? What would I replace instead of it? Just a 60-60 mod. Kill Dust. Deal extra cold for your Nikana Prime with Condition Overload? Give me a few minutes, I'll grab you the Discord. Yeah, you sent me this yesterday. Coda Basist. Yeah, I've got a video that he's working off of, Wes. He's Dragon King's working off of my Maximus. You need to chill the F out, bro. You're not getting your dinner early. Well, it's just sort of 60-60 of whatever element you feel like. Kill Dust. What is this? Basilisk? Oh, you didn't get my reaction? No worries, let's take a real look at it. I thought that it looks good. I would maybe make that blue more blue than blue-gray. If it's the one that I'm remembering off the top of my head from what I said yesterday. Blast Radiation, Merciless, Shotgun Barrage for more fire rate, Point Blank, Elementalist to boost up your blast damage, more multi-shot. Yeah, this looks fine. Looks fun. But yeah, I was saying maybe like make this more of a blue or maybe make this more of like a darker brown. One of the two. Hey, Hugo Boss. Gauss. Yep, standard Gauss build, energized munitions, Molt Augmented, so you're doing gun platform. Yep. corrosive or magnetic, I would probably lean into the magnetic because it just helps you deal with overguard. You probably don't need energize on here. You can swap out energize. Adaptation, people like to run it just for extra survivability. It's unnecessary though. You can swap out energize for arcane aegis because of course redline makes your shield recharge rate much faster, so you could go arcane aegis instead. I would probably do that. And then you can replace adaptation with fast charge or whatever it is. Okay, Key, you sent me way too much. just too much. I'm gonna fast travel these. Looks great. I love that. Classic black and red and white, very nice. Umbral blade. Yep. Nothing of note. I personally didn't find condition overload to be good on it because it deals too much damage. So I went prime pressure point instead. Maxing out your crits, weeping wounds, melee influence. You're doing gas. Yep. Atlas. Yep. Nothing of note. Well of Life is weird. Love it. Doorclave. Vortex. Okay, so you're doing magnetic on here. Doorclave. Critical chance, critical damage. More critical chance, more damage, more critical chance. Sacrificial pressure. Yeah, looks good. I like this. That's so many gladiator mods, though. Just so many. Wukong. Increase critical chance. Increases the decay. Yeah, this looks great. This is what I was thinking. I tried to fit this on my build and I just couldn't. I just couldn't fit it on. And you're doing Lycanth's Hunt for health orb generation for equilibrium. Yep, makes sense. Arcane Blessing for armor. Or for more health. So that you don't need to put a health mod on here. Molt augmented. Yep. Yep. Coolivo. Did we see this wrecker? No, we didn't see this one. Yeah, so this is much more like the classic weapon damage build for Coolivo. Much more high strength. Obviously get these maxed out when you can. I would probably throw a rolling guard on here. Again, I just find that he dies. It's when you go into higher level stuff. Nice fashion, too. Very nice fashion. Latrin. Multi-shot critical chance. Not bad. You can certainly roll more on here. You can certainly roll a better Riven, but honestly, I wouldn't bother. This is perfectly fine. Piercing hit for puncture to go into its Incarnon version. Looks nice. Mia. Config, 5 shards into crit damage, molt efficiency, exchangeable for arcane range if need be. Yeah, you say that, but I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not how it always works out. It's nice to say that in theory, but that's not always how it works out. So the only thing I can say on here, Mia, that I would probably swap out is adaptation for rolling guard. Because, of course, adaptation doesn't apply to overguard. But rolling guard will at least give you some chance to swap. Also, remember, molt efficiency runs off of shields. Coolivo, of course, has no shields, so you probably don't want to run molt efficiency on here. Swap it out for... you don't need energize because you have nourish with such high power strength. I would probably swap this out for either strength or arcane rage would be pretty good on here because... or arcane reaper, sorry. Or Arcane Fury, or if you're doing Arcane Smite for the extra attack speed. It's not Smite, I just can't remember what it's called. For more attack speed would all be valid options. It's a lot of range, though. You're running a lot of range on here. You could probably drop the Augur Reach for more Arcane Strike, that's the one. Probably drop this for more strength, honestly. But oh, you said here, molt efficiency exchangeable for arcane range if need be. Yeah, molt efficiency doesn't give you duration if you don't have shields, right? While shields are active, you don't have shields, so swap that out. Coolivo, more general build. Yep, looks good. Same idea. Yep. Basilisk, Deadhead, So you're doing crit stats hybrid on here? Whose is this? Douche. You're doing crit stats hybrid, point blank, Governance Hell, Governance Savvy, Deadhead. I would say you probably don't need prime point blank on here, right? You got base damage, you don't need this one. I don't think it's multiple. I don't think this is multiplicative on the Basilisk. I could be wrong. But I'm always unsure about that because it's fucking random as hell. At which point I would just put on another element on there. Sushi, Chromatic Blade, showing properly? No, Chromatic Blade doesn't show on here. No, Chromatic Blade doesn't show on here. Hound. You've had the Shadow for a long time. Was wondering if your touch could save the weapon. Yeah, send it over. I'll take a look at it, Horsey. Yeah, looks good. Nothing really of note, other than I would recommend in this last slot putting health. These things are super squishy. Or can be super squishy. Tear, Sarin. Gen of Molt, Stretch, Brief Respite. Okay, so you're not doing the caster build, so you don't need Stretch. Well, I mean, Stretch is useful, but you don't need Stretch. I would maybe replace Stretch with Augur Reach. If you want range. And the reason why is just to give you extra energy, give you extra shields. Don't have Momentous Bond? Nah, I just haven't picked it up yet. Just haven't bothered to pick it up. Okay, where am I at for my Coda? I'm at 45% already. So I'm just gonna finish off this Coda here. Heart Cell. And then we'll do squad Codas afterwards. Yeah, let's get more antivirus mods. And who do I want to play? Who's the one today? Who's the one today? Who's the one today? Deep Temporal Archimedia. It's the new Archimedia that came out with Warframe 99. Or, Techron Encore. You know what? I was kind of having fun with Comey. Let's keep playing with Comey. Why not? Let's play Comey.
I never want to see cheese again.
Elite Deep Archimedia or Elite Temporal Archimedia? Yeah, I'm just bad with words. Name a more iconic combo. Zenos and bad with words. Gaming, you'll have to resend it to me. I've closed all the PMs. Okay, I'm just gonna finish off this one Coda on my own, and then we'll do squad stuff since I'm, you know, mostly done with this one already as it is.
Temu just subscribed.
Thanks very much for the tier 1 sub. How you doing today? Okay, off you go, kitty. Good kitty. Off you go. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Super appreciated. Punching the world with Atlas. That's the way to do it. Why don't you just go to your point? Why do you have why do I have to escort you? Just go to your point. You don't need an escort, cat. You're fine. I have a cat. Cats will just do their own thing. They don't need me to escort them. This is well known. Get off my kitty! Leave my kitty alone! Leave my kitty alone! She's a good kitty! I don't know if Calamos is a she, but she's a good kitty! Yeah, that augment really should have been a part of her base kit. It's a super band-aid augment. Now, like that said, I'm always going to be running it on my Comey because, you know, less cooldowns is more good. But, like, you don't need it. You wanted the cat to do something, so that's your problem? I mean, you're not wrong. It's frustrating that you're not wrong. Do they reference Calabos as a she? I was more referencing, what is that? Dimension 20. No, Kalina, she's a good kitty. Meow. What did you replace for the augment? I don't even remember at this point. Where? This way. You know what? I don't want to play with the bass assist. I lied. I lied. I don't want to play with the bass assist. It's just giving me too much flashbangs. No, goodbye, bass assist. We'll just do it with the Tysus. Alright. We're at, what was that? 25, 45, 70 there. We were at the 70.
Remember, the tech will evolve quickly and your next battle will be
Soon. Soon we will have all its dead in the dust. How do you feel about the Furos? Fantastic weapon. I haven't actually built it out myself, but I do know that's very strong. Maximus, please, for the love of all that is holy, go away. Why do you have to be like this when I'm having a bad day? Why can't you be friendly when I'm not having a bad day? Why are you like this? Okay. Next to go. What do I feel like using? Let's use the Atomos. Yeah, if you like that, you should play Nezha with Pyrotechnics. 1 cast, 500 stacks, done. Can you see my Comey? No, he didn't say nicely. I really don't want to do Legasite, but we'll do it. I don't want to do Legasite because I'm lazy and I don't want to chase a cat around. I already got a cat chasing my legs right now, trying to get food out of me, little furry bastard. Actually, I love him so. Whee! No, he's just looking for food. He does this every day around this time, looking for food. There's nothing about knowing my emotions. This is purely him just looking for food. This ain't nothing to do with anything other than him being like, but food, papa. But food. It's food time. You started working. That means you shouldn't give us food. Give him some cuddles? No. No. He's not a cuddly boy right these days. He used to be cuddly, but then, I don't know, something happened with one of my exes and he just became less cuddly. You know, I should activate this. Kill 20 enemies while airborne. Alright, well, I guess that's just not happening in this time period. Ooh, a piece of candy. I love the candy. Yes, I love the candy. Here you go, Kitty. Eat your candies. Eat your Scooby snacks. Stay away from the kitty! Exactly. Hey Turbo, how are you doing today? I'm having a bit of a rough day, but I'm doing okay. Ooh, another candy for the kitty. Another Scooby snack for the kitty. Here you go, kitty. Eat your Scooby snack. Alrighty, let's get this lich done. Oh yeah, we gotta take a look at the weapon percentages. I know that the Tices has a 60%, which if you need a Tices build, it's there in the pinned comment, just for you. Melt. Oh, where the frig? Man, I really wish waypoints functioned properly in this game. Are you real? Are you real? Are you sure you're real? Yeah, it takes not 9 hours. Someone did the math on it. If you get it perfect and like kill optimally, you can get all of Comey's decrees. I think it was in like an hour and 45 minutes, if I remember correctly.
It is done.
It's not 9 hours. It's pretty quick. Even before her new augment came out, it was pretty quick. And then her new augment really just decreases that significantly. It's much better with the augment. It really should have just been a baseline. The fact that it was you know, it's just band-aid augment, unnecessary. Ooh, went swimming today, nice. Very nice. Boop. I gave the boy a boop. So move to dance. No arguments. Eleanor's rules. Okay, where are we at? Okay, I gotta run to the washroom and feed the boy. So y'all sit tight. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Get out of the way. I can't feed you if I roll over. Yes, you fluffy boy. Okay. Yeah, you. Emma. Emma. Okay. Boy has now been fed. Do 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 do. Alrighty, let's finish off this lich, shall we? Let's get this lichy liched. We're gonna lich your lich. I'm gonna lich your lich. You ever been liched by a lich? Been liched so hard?
Your enemies have grown.
I mean, on my original Comey build, I put on all of the Archon shards. I had fun with it. Can we get Prime Ammo mutation or something? There is a Prime Ammo mutation. It exists in the game. For every single weapon type. That's a thing. Why is it giving me annoying ones to finish? Yeah, primed ammo mutations are already a thing. I wonder if this Friday's Barrow will have all of the we'll have mods this week instead of just being all Prisma again. For this for confrontation, yeah, we'll do, if anyone has confrontation available. I'm just on my last step here. Oh, you're just saying that you just wish that it didn't show up last week. Okay, that's fair. I mean, it was there 2 weeks ago. Or not 2 weeks ago, but it's been there recently. The primed ammo mutations. Also, I like Prime Steady Hands. I think Prime Steady Hands is great. Honestly, like, it really actually made the Tysus usable for me because that thing's got a whack ton of recoil. It was frustrating as heck. Now, like, a regular Steady Hands is fine, but I'll take a Prime Steady Hands too. Yeah, also some of the weapons. It's not super necessary. There's so few weapons where you actually need to have the minus to recoil on. It's kind of nice to have. Barrow stuff is in cosmetics? Yeah, I mean, they said that the special barrows. I don't know if all of April is going to be Prismas. But, like, last week's, like, April, the first week of April was a regular Barrow visit. But I don't know if this next Barrow, which should be a regular Barrow visit, will be Prisma again, or will be a normal Barrow visit. Prime Zoom? Let's do it. Sounds good to me. I'm all about weird mods like that. But yeah, if it doesn't come with Prime mods, honestly, I don't care. Like, I mean, it's nice, but if it's just cosmetic stuff, it's like, but then, so you just replaced a normal Barrow visit with cosmetic stuff? Like, but why? Why not just also give us Barrow, doing Barrow things? And that kind of is, like, making me wonder, like, are they testing this out so that Barrow's just, like, not as important? And if so, where are they gonna put all the Prime mods? Hey, Dinos, how you doing today, dude? How am I feeling? I'm doing alright. Thanks for my vids. Took years off from your vids. I've been catching up on things. More than happy to, Joe. I put out a new short every day. And I'm trying to get long format videos to be a much more regular thing. There's going to be sort of a new one, hopefully before the end of the week, going over all my different Nezha builds. Because I do not have the time to put out 6 different videos on all my different Nezha builds. So I'm just going to make one video for all my Nezha builds. Void Keys Prime mods? Honestly, that would be pretty funny. But no, I'm going to be pretty sad if this week is no Prime mods at all and it's just cosmetics. Just because, like, that kind of messes with people. You were lost in the sauce? More than happy to, dude. So I'm always here for. If you ever need any help, feel free to come on by. I'll take a look. We, spent 30-40 minutes already today taking a look at people's builds, giving them a hand. So I'd love to take a look at your stuff and give you a hand if you need it. Barrow will be more consistent. Mods every 4th week of the month. Weapons every 1st. I don't think I like that. I think I would just rather him show up with a random inventory every week. If I'm being honest. About Incarnates? Yeah, shoot. What's up? Is it just a temporary buff? Yes. As in mission, you charge up the gun, you activate its incarnate form, and it has an ammo pool. The incarnate form has its own specific ammo pool, and then you drain it, and then it goes back to normal form, and then you can charge it back up by usually getting headshots or weak point hits, and then charge it back up, activate it by using alternate fire mode, and then goes back down. So it's temporary in the sense of, like, its duration is temporary. Its existence on your weapon is permanent. But in mission, it is temporary for how long you can use it.
Their rage is vehement.
No. If it was a temporary thing, it would be awful. If it was that kind of temporary, it would just be awful. Yeah, I would have preferred to have, like, the prime mods and whatnot, and, ooh, a free decree. Every 50 armor grants power strength. I'll take it. I mean, I'm interested to see if they're just doing this for fun or if they're doing this as a test. So we'll see. Hey, Spirit, how you doing? Yeah, and that's kind of my opinion, is that, so how do you get charges? Here, I'll show you. I got an Atomos Incarnate right here. You usually need to get headshot hits, so that's that white bar there that you see. So see how sometimes my shots aren't charging it, but some shots are. Most of the weapons are based off of weak point hits. So you get your weak point hits up. You can activate it early, but it will signify that it's fully charged by having an extra little blue bar on it. If I can land some weak point hits. So see that extra little blue bar under the white bar, then you press Alt Fire Mode to activate it, and then you use that now completely blue bar to fuel its shots in the incarnate form, and then when it runs empty, or by repressing your alternate fire mode, it goes back to normal. The Torrid and the for melee weapons, it's based off of combo counter, and for the Torrid and the Angstrom, it's based on direct hits. Except for the Torrid, which is actually direct hits and anything affected by blast by its AoE cloud, because the cloud counts as weapon hits for some reason. No, it's for the Torrid, it's actually also the blast effect caused by the cloud will charge it as well. By the lingering cloud effect, because it technically counts as weapon hits. Because of the way blast is coded. So it's not just weapon hits for the, it's not just direct hits with the Torrid. The Angstrom doesn't leave a AoE cloud. So the Angstrom is not that case. Melt. I melt trucks. You recently got the Cerberus? The Cerberus is very fun. I do have a short on the channel, Joe, if you want to see my build on the Cerberus. So you can check that one out if at your leisure. Think you're running 9S3 augment over Umbral Vitality, but the stats look a lot worse. Can you check the build? Yeah, I'll take a look at it when I'm done here. Send it on over. What's the best, and when converting a Kuvalich, what's the best weapon and element for them? It's dependent on weapons. Melee weapons, which is just the Kuva Shell Dag, you want to go electricity, so that gives you the option to play into melee influence. But you also, of course, can, and for ranged weapons, it's a sort of a toss-up between heat electric, or heat toxin and magnetic, depending on the weapon. So it really depends a lot more on the percentage, depending on what weapon it is, more than anything else. Different weapons want different elements, but you can also use the new item that you can purchase for 50,000 Hex Reputation from Eleanor, and just swap your element at will. It's called an elemental vice, and if you need to know more about that, if you give me a minute, I will get you a link to the short that explains that. Tell me the mission's over. This is a Mecha Komi. This is my current go-to Komi build. Which I'm having fun with. Melt. Melt. You don't want the weapons, you want the liches. Okay, so you're converting them. You're not... It doesn't matter really for convert... Oh, you're talking about, like, having them as on-call crew? Honestly, you know, just whatever weapon and whatever element. If you're talking about on-call crew, just whatever. I don't really know much about the on-call crew stuff. I don't use them, I'm gonna be honest. They usually just end up annoying me more than anything else. So go with whatever... You know, like the new core you can't go wrong with, and with the new core then you just want, like, you know, probably magnetic or heat. But yeah, it doesn't, if you're talking about for on-call crew, Grattler with magnetic, Spooky saying. But yeah, I don't use on-call supports at all. So I'm unfortunately kind of not very knowledgeable on that for you, sorry. It's not something that I do's. Okay, City, you said you wanted to join me for your confrontation. Anybody else want to join for confrontation here? For those extra heart cells? Yeah, no, I know that, Iron. Yeah, I know that. Weapons can't be modded? No, so you just go with whatever. But if you're using them as your railjack crew, or you go down and they come and spawn when you go down, are also both options. But also, I don't use specters. They usually just get in my way. Specters are frustrating to me. Okay, we have room for one for Coda Lich confrontation if everybody wants to join. Or room for two, sorry. They spawn without being a railjack? Yes, that's what I said. That is the words that I said. For my Komi build here, if you go down, they spawn. That's what or at least that's what I thought I said. This is my Komi build here. It's not necessarily the best build, but it's the one that I enjoy. It's right here. I got it up for you even before you sent your message. Full Jackal just found me last week, really enjoying my content, was wondering if you knew a good way to farm Aya. Yeah, I got a video series on the channel, or I've got a video on the channel going over how to farm Aya, which is right there for you, Jackal. Yeah, that's a lot of fashion. Shadow. Zoom, fire rate, critical chance, weapon recoil, that's fine. The plus zoom doesn't matter. The fire rate's kind of nice. The critical damage is kind of nice. The weapon recoil doesn't really matter. You can work around that. Elementalist, what do you have here for stats? Just heat and just electric on the radial attack. So keep in mind that you're not getting a whole lot from Elementalist with this because you only have one status effect that's taking advantage of it. So you could probably swap out Elementalist for something else if you wanted to. Which I would probably swap it out. Wait, is the Shadow an AoE? Yeah, it's an AoE. Never mind. Honestly, base damage wouldn't be bad on here. Yeah, you have base damage here, but you could probably swap this out for some more base damage if you wanted to. Yeah, but if you're putting on Prime Cryo rounds, then you put it over this one, right? Aptitude for just base status effect, because Galvanized Aptitude, of course, doesn't apply to the AoE. I would probably not use aptitude or galvanized elemental, so I'd probably lean into more damage and more elemental effects if I was you. Yeah, that's probably what I would do if I were you. Okay, we're gonna speedrun your fashion. Nidus. Looks cool. I like the darker tones. Titania. Also looks cool. I like the black, red, and white. Always a classic. I also saw the fish on the shoulder. We love the fish. The classic black and red. Mesa, you sent that yesterday. Harrow. Ooh, I like this Harrow. I'm not really a big fan of this Syandana personally, but it does look good. Especially with the wings out. Looks like a fallen angel type appearance. Looks nice. Saren. Oh, I like that. What Syandana is that? I think that's the Nova Deluxe Syandana, isn't that? And then you're using... Oh, actually, the Volt Ephemera blends really well into Saren Prime skin. Nidus config. So what are you looking to do here with this Nidus? Okay, I'm gonna have to take a look at this Nidus afterwards. We're gonna go get this Lich wrapped off. Redacted. What are you trying to do with that Nidus there? Okay, nobody else wants to join us for confrontation, so we'll just go the two of us quick. Get this done and over with. World. Over Umbral Vitality? Yeah, that could work. The Parasitic Link augment? How do you fuse elements on Lich weapons? The second one need 5 form 2? No, it does not. Shadow? No, it does not. Parasitic Vitality? It does scale higher. It scales much higher. No, they don't even need to be max ranked. They don't even need to be 5 forma in them to fuse them together. So you don't even need to go that far. That's actually something that a lot of people get confused on when it comes to elemental fusing. Oh, it's upstairs. Corvex build's almost done. Need overextended and max universal fallout. Oh well, I hate to break it to you. Your max universal fallout's not going to be for a long time. Did you not? Hello? Hello? City, can you pilot? I can't jump on for some reason. Oh, never mind. We're good. Ten Cycron's gonna be your most used secondary? That of the Furious? Yeah, the 10 Cycron's fantastic. It's just, it's basically just the exact same deal as the new core. There's like not really any difference between the two other than the charge mechanic. At which point I typically would say the new core is usually better. But it's also just, you know, it's just it's a curry. It's just a different type of curry, you know what I mean? They each have their unique flavors. They each have their unique ways of playing. But they're basically the exact same thing these days. Yeah, but you're never really having ammo problems. You know? At least I've never really run into ammo problems with my new core. Unless I'm in the circuit. You very rarely run into ammo problems. Eidolon, if you're using a new core or a Cycron on Eidolons, I have other questions for you. Like, why are you using a new core or Cycron fighting Eidolons? Just to be blunt about it. Still gotta get your hands on the new core, the crit multi? Yeah, it's really, really obnoxious. The highest crit multi in the game on the Kuva new core. It's real good. The Orc and Vaultin spawn? Yeah, that's happened sometimes. That's always good fun when that happens. What weapons you use for Eidolons? Typically use snipers. Typically snipers. Oh, we got Overguard. I don't even need to pay attention for this one. Oh, actually, they fixed that. Dante's Overguard no longer protects you from the damage down buff. Interesting. 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 Yeah, I mean, Necromex is the other way to do it. Because you don't really need to think with Necromex. You just pull out a Necromech and deal a bajillion damage to the Eidolons. So you can absolutely just go the Necromech route, too. But typically speaking, people use sniper rifles for Eidolon hunting because you can properly hit the what I call radiators because they look like radiators. The parts on the arms that and legs that you need to shoot out in order to actually fight the Eidolon. That's of course what I'm referring to, in case you're wondering. But yeah. Your fourth anemic agility? That sounds like your fourth use of getting platinum. That's what that sounds like to me. That sounds like platinum. Give me your soul. Stab. A stab. A stabby stab. The stabbiest of stabs. Sing aloud. I think I get 2 Tenant or Kuba or Coda weapons here today. Alrighty. And then once we're done here, we'll actually take a look at the shop to see what's there. See what goodies they brought for us. Pizza Lady tax. What is Pizza Lady tax? If you aren't keeping this lich, that's a crime. Hard drive, what is Pizza Lady tax? That's a freaking amazing name. Yo, Liam, how you doing today? Yo, yo, yo. How you doing, Liam? What you up to? Hope you're feeling better. I popped in a day or so ago and Audie was taken over. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. Welcome on in. We're working on Coda liches. Your sleep got fucked? Oh no, is that just toddler syndrome happening to you? But welcome on in, everybody. Liam, of course, you got a raid and run. Not a worry in the world, my dude. I totally get it. Not a worry in the world, but I'd love for you to hang out. Now, the other thing, everybody, is... First off, that. Second off, that. Third off, allow that. Gotta go data stuff? Yeah, no, I feel you, dude. Don't you worry. Now, the other thing is that we are, of course, what we like to do around here to thank people for dropping off their communities and sharing them here. We like to do giveaways. So sit on tight. Once we're done here, in a few minutes, we'll get a giveaway going for all y'all. To thank Liam for the raid. Hey, Zeros. How you doing? And we're done. And we're done. not another lich bites the dust. Just kidding, your Coda lich is worth some money. I believe in you. Do it. Live your best life. Do it up. More plat. Listen, plat's never bad. Never say no to plat. You equip a relic and then it says you don't have a relic equipped. That sounds like an unfortunate bug that you were experiencing. Heart cells, hype drop. I don't know if I still needed that one. You kept it? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see about weapons wise. What do we got? Eleanor, sweetheart, what do you have? Okay, Basilisk, 26, meh. Let's pull up my spreadsheet. Because yes, I have a spreadsheet for this. I know that there's a 60 Tysis, yes. Hence why the Tysis short was done today. It's right there for you. Charges I use on Comey, strength and cast speed. Okay, so our Tysis is obviously number 1 because this is 60%, so we'll grab this. So that's gonna put our Tysis at 60. And then let's do a fill color, the green. No, that's not what I wanted. So the Tysis is done. The Path Assist is at a 57, so we could grab this just to get our 60. The Herudo is at a 60. The Cause Assist is at a 48, so this will put us at 53. The base assist will put us at a 48. The Herudo's done. The Path Assist is at a 57, so that'll get us a 60. The Synapse is done. So I think we're going to grab the Path Assist first, just that we have that 60'd out. So then that's the Tysis and the Path Assist we need to put out to level 60. And then we'll figure out what the other ones we're grabbing after this. Thanks very much for the follow, Ink. Welcome on in. Okay. Path Assist. Moss Flower, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Why love you? And option 1. And fuse and ha. So that's 1 done there. And then the Tysis. Am I using the Sobek? Yeah, I love the Sobek. Upgrade, actions, Valiant's Fusion, 60% heat, fuse, and done. How do you know? So the way to do it is, it's as simple as this. It is the weapon, the highest percentage that you have of the weapon, plus 10% of the highest percentage. So if it's 48, you're getting plus 4.8%. So whatever the highest percentage is, plus 10% of the highest percentage. So in the case of the Tysis, I had a 25 before, but I had a 60. You fuse, you get a 60. If you had two 25s, then you would get 25 plus 10% of 25, so 2.5, so then it would turn into a 27.5. As simple as that. So we need the Cause Assist, and the Base Assist, and I think these other ones are in other rotations. So we'll grab the Cause Assist this week, and we'll grab the Base Assist this week. I don't think, is the Hema part of this rotation? I actually didn't see. So the Base Assist, the Cause Assist, the Base Assist, the Cause Assist, and actually the rest of these we already have all at 60. Yeah, the rest of these are all at 60 already. Perfect. So we're just looking for these two today. Word! Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Love to see it. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here. But while we're running that ad break, to thank Liam for the raid, type !join in the Twitch chat for a formal bundle. type !join in the Twitch chat for a Forma bundle. Everybody and anybody is welcome to join. It can be your first message. We've had 41 people in on their first messages, so you could be number 42. And while that's happening, of course, we're just going to run a quick ad break here, so sit tight. Yeah, so if you're wanting redacted, I guess you might be stuck in an ad break, so I'll give it a second here. Who do I want to play? Who do I feel like playing? Who do I feel like playing? Honestly, I just feel like playing Excalibur. How's my day going? Not too bad. How are you today? What you up to? Banshee? No. I'm gonna wait for Banshee to get a rework before I even look at her. Yeah, let's play some Excal. I do like the Excal. Track Wi-Fi? Yeah. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes, don't it? Okay, we need daily reps. Let's do some of this here. Citrine. I haven't played Citrine in a while. We can play some Citrine today. Exterminate. Okay, we'll just do Legasite. Harvest. So if you want to join us for Coda Lich hunting, get your Lich started. Whee! Yeah, I'm with you on that, Rogue. The weather change is always awful. Go forth, kitty. What'd you join to? A Forma bundle giveaway to thank Liam for the raid. Hurry up, kitty. Hurry up. Type !join in the Twitch chat if you want in for the raid, or in for the giveaway to thank Liam for the raid. Why did my fourth ability turn off? I must have hit it accidentally. First, we're giving away some Forma. Yeah, melee influence is crazy on Excal. And if you want to see this Excalibur build, you can type !Excalibur to see this build video. More candy. Yes. No one's dropped a CD? What the hell? Where Wukong? There's no Wukong video. If the command doesn't pop up with a video, that means there's none there, or I haven't updated it, but there is no Wukong video yet. No CD, eh? To Lloyd's Casino? Great question. You're asking an excellent question. I am sadly not someone who has any information about the inner workings of Digital Extremes, as I am just a content creator who makes things for Warframe. No CD spawns, eh? Alright. Quas's Prime, thoughts on it? You could do some pretty interesting things with it with Tennokai heavy attacks. I would definitely recommend doing Tennokai heavy attacks, not just a normal heavy attack build. And like, because it's blades that you throw out do a range attack with it, so it can be quite strong. Can be quite strong. And it's guaranteed slash procs on its blades, too. Alright, well, that's weird that it didn't spawn, anything there, so we'll go do this.
Their rage is vehement, their
11th Exile, congratulations. You won yourself a formal bundle. 11th Exile, please let me know what your in-game name is, and I'll send you a formal bundle in a bit here. You haven't tried Tunnel Kai? Tunnel Kai is fantastic. Yeah, it's free heavy attacks without consuming your heavy multiplier, so it is incredibly strong. Are you just not spawning CDs? What's going on here? What's going on here? Why aren't you guys spawning CDs? Oh, there we go. What's a max ability strength? I think you can get close to over like 450, depending on the frame build, etc.
If Amir's take on the situation is accurate, you are now being stalked.
Yeah, because on my Harrow, I get over 400. And that's without Bellicose to boost it up further. Binary me squib. All right. Voyage has been waiting. Soul grab Voyage. Sam, you're saying you want to join, and who else wants to join us for a fresh Coda Lich? Speaking of which, what do we get? 10 heart cells? Whee! Oh, I gotta get 11th Exile their prize. Sorry, I'll shoot you back an invite, just so I don't forget. That's right, it was redacted who wanted to join. Phone bundle, gift, 11th Exile, here, grats. There you go. It's in your mailbox. It's all yours. Just for you. And let's go in here. No one burns. And now let's end it out. Voyage. Sam and redacted. Okay, invite set squad. How heavy attacks work, like according to what you use, they use up combo multiplier, but you don't think you've ever prevented it actually with 0 multiplier? No, you will use up all your combo multiplier, unless it's Tunnel Kai, which then doesn't use your combo multiplier. You will use up your combo multiplier, and more combo multiplier gives heavy attacks more damage. So if you don't have Tunnel Kai or heavy attack efficiency or anything like that, then yes, it will consume your combo multiplier. Hey Heathen, how you doing? Okay, so I need to get my rep up, so we're gonna do bounties first, and then we'll just do standard missions here. Yeah, and then there's like a whole bunch of like minutians a part of that too, depending on, again, what your weapon is, etc. Or what you do with your heavy attack. So heavy slams, you're in the air, you slam. Then there's ground attacks, etc., etc. So there's like a bunch of different ones. Should go to the bike? I think I should just do my job instead of being told what to do. Because I'm running a stream, running a community, checking comments, moderating YouTube. I think I'm gonna do other things, like the rest of my job. Add a use so you can play some time in SF after stream. There'll be tons of new players on. What's SF? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, Soulframe? Yeah, I'll check out some more Soulframe another time. Just there's not a whole lot of content, so I don't tend to play it very much when in between sort of patches. I'm kind of already done everything at this point, other than like collecting weapons and messing around. But because there's not really much to build crafting, there's not really much for me to do. And there's like, sure, there's the multiplayer dungeon, but like, you know. We'll sort of see if they add anything else into the game post, post thing. Voyage, can you change your energy color on your Icarius for me today? Usually it's not a problem, but for some reason today it's already going a little nuts on there. Be sure to watch the stream on the 25th. Yeah. I'll hopefully be able to. I don't know if I'll have time to. They stream off stream hours for me, so I don't know if I'll have time to, but I might catch it. I think that they've said that they are showing how they go about making an augment mod. I don't know if they're like straight up making one on stream, but they are saying that they're going to show off how their sort of thought process was my understanding, but I could be wrong. Are these my idiots? These are my idiots. Beautiful. Did I get it right? I didn't get it right. That's okay. Those wings of death never meet your fate. Night Hunter Regiment 188. Seems like it'll be more casual joke dev stream. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. I think it's just supposed to be much more of like a casual dev stream because I think that they're probably going to be showing off the important stuff at the PAX East dev stream. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot going on this dev stream this week or next week. It's next week, right? 25th? Yeah, next week. Some people say it's just content before PAX. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming there's not going to be a whole lot going on this dev stream, which is perfectly fine because again, PAX, right? So you can change it. How do you do that? In the appearance of the weapon. Light witches come. Okay, so anti-V, keep clean, drive duster, computer cop, keep clean, we tried that. Soft sail, we haven't tried that. Is it energy color? Yeah, it should be under energy color.
Have so much range to play with.
Should be under energy color.
Is a producer's dream.
Okay, my idiot showed up. Yeah, the big main line should be really interesting. I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to end up doing with it. Who knows where it's going to look like. Any specific color? Just as long as it's not like a bright white or blue, it should be good. It's just attacking my eyeballs today. You found the correct antivirus mods. Do you need to keep it equipped? Yes, you need to keep the antivirus mod that is required equipped. It must be equipped in order to do it. So it's one antivirus mod plus 2 potency mods. Yeah, black should be fine. It was just you know me, and bright flashing lights causes some problems, and today for some reason it just went real angry real quick there. I don't know why. Absolute eye cancer Oberon. Oh no. Why would you do that? I mean, I love Oberon, don't get me wrong. Oberon is great. Loving is what I get. You just want to punch all Wally in the face with Atlas? Nah, I feel you. I feel you. I too wish for Atlas to be punching the faces. Yeah, I don't know where we're gonna go next. I think that we're... I gotta be real, guys. I don't think we're gonna get Tau if Tau happens. If/when Tau happens. I don't think it's gonna be this year. I think it's gonna be next year. That is a really fast turnaround for what 99 is to that. So my suspicions would be we wouldn't see anything like a major new area until probably next year. That'd be my bet. But who knows? They're gonna sit on Tau for at least a year? Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I don't see that happening for another year or more. Yeah, they might tease it, but I don't think it's gonna be a thing until a while away. I don't think it's gonna be a thing for a long time. Because, like, think of 99, right? 99 was 2 years. Right? They showed 99 as a part of the Whisper in the Walls TennoCon presentation. Right? So think of it that way. There'll be a lead up. Why can't I pick this up? Am I already holding something? I'm not holding something. Why can't I pick this up? Oh, fucking stupid Amir sitting on top of it. That's why. Has been something in the teasing phase? Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, think of the release of 99. They did a lead up year, and then they did the actual release. That's probably what's going to be happening. It might get announced this year at TennoCon, but I doubt that it's going to be happening this year. I think it's going to be another lead up patch, and then it's going to be Tau in the future. It's not so much of like a matter of if, it's much more a matter of when, and I just don't think it's going to be happening now. Does range matter on Nova? Yeah, you do want to have a little bit of range. If you're using the Null Stars augment, you do want to have a little bit of range because that thing gains extra... the explosion that applies heat stacks does get affected by range. So you want to have some range, but you don't need a ton. Like, I would say just a stretch would be fine. Also because her fourth ability is a wave-like ability, meaning that duration is basically range for it. You don't need a ton of range for that ability, although it does increase its starting point range. But no, you don't need to go heavier into range on there.
To extraction now, or if you have it in you, ask Kalimas to find the next legacy. Remember, the tech world evolves quickly.
Where's extract? This way.
Harder still.
Give us a separate star chart? I mean, I don't know if it'll be a full separate star chart. Or just sort of a mission hub. I don't know if it's going to be a full separate star chart. It'd be pretty impressive if there was a full separate star chart. But then the problem would be is, like, think of the amount of tile sets that they would need to do, right? Like, that's a lot of work. I could see it happening, though. But I would say, like, that's years down the line. A DM? Yeah, okay, I'll take a look. Yeah, sure, go for it. Meh. So for those of you who don't know, friend of the stream, Lori, is doing a fundraiser right now. Lori GG. She's doing a fundraiser right now for Make-A-Wish. So if you have the ability to, you know, think about donating. What are we doing here? Just kill 50 enemies while above them. Tech rod enemies explode on death. Cool. Make sure to change your pairs on if you need to. They have all the tools kind of perfected now? Yeah, but it's not about the tools, it's about the art design. Think of it. Multiple different planets. They wouldn't make sense to be using Grineer. It wouldn't make sense to be using Corpus tile sets. It wouldn't make sense to be using Infested tile sets. None of those tile sets make sense to be using in Tau. Unless, of course, the Infested somehow got to Tau, and that's a whole nother carry. No, whole nother thing. But, like, that means that 2 of our main tile sets, not including Whisper in the Walls or 99, wouldn't be usable in the Tau system tile sets, right? So that's I'm talking much more about level design and art design. I don't know if we'll be getting a full tile set system. A very old idea, community wish. Yeah, but old ideas exist doesn't mean that the art assets exist, right? Like Warframe 99 was I think it was a 2-year turnaround. You know? Which means that if Tau is where is where the next sort of thing is, we're looking at they would have had to start working on it last fall, right? Last winter. So then we're looking at like we also had 99 happening during that, and we also had Whisper in the Walls, and we also had everything else in between that, you know? So, yeah, you could reuse some art assets, of course. Like, there's the sentient ships from, Railjack missions / New War missions. So, like, you would be able to reuse some of those. But, like, you wouldn't be able to use all of them. Because, of course, assuming that they're planets, then they would be atmospherics, there would be all of that, etc., etc. Yeah, I think the Brutalism tile sets is going to be much more to do with 99. Also, you have to remember, like, on the website, they've already said what this story arc is. It's the Void War story arc. I think that Tau isn't going to be happening for a while. Like, what was the turnaround from from New War to 99? Or New War to Whisper in the Walls? That was 3-4 years, and that because Whisper in the Walls was the New War was sort of the end of that story arc. So I don't think we're gonna be seeing much for Tau stuff for a while. But it would make sense. The Void War would lead into Tau. Yeah, it would lead into it. But I think that we're gonna be getting a lot more Void stuff and a lot more Wally stuff long before we get anything to do with Tau. Most likely. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm still happy about it either way. Man, I love this song. It's just such a vibe. Wally's our secret Santa. Wally is the friends we made along the way. Why is Packet still here? I don't know. Asking a great question. Definitely to the wrong person. No, I started back in just before the Sacrifice came out on console. I would never have expected the game to go the direction that it's in. I mean, to be fair, I don't even think the devs expected the game to go in this direction. Yeah, he's just hanging. Just ignore him. He's not doing anything. Sentient adversaries? Yeah, I can see that. New type of Archons, new types of farmable shards, but yeah, Wally needs to be knocked down for a few pegs, but we can jump this out, yeah. Basically. Basically that. Yeah, it's fine, just leave him be. He's bugged, there's nothing to do about it. You got the stab because we got the pizza box off the ground from the stab. So you don't need to care about it at all. In the first war, all Warframes fought in the first war. That's the lore! What the hell? Well, we don't know what Temple's lore is, right? Like, the idea is that all Warframes existed during the golden age of, the Orokin, right? MCG, thanks very much for the follow. Welcome on in. How you doing today? So far, the theory is that Temple's a paradox. Without going into story spoilers, Temple's conversations do talk about a temple existing in the Origin system. It's the Marty McFly problem, right? Doing good. Love my shorts on YouTube. Oh, thanks. Yeah, we try to keep everything as story spoilers free as possible. Is that Temple, while being a proto frame, this is not really that big of a story spoiler. It's just to do with theory of time travel. That Temple, the proto frame, was based off of Temple, the war frame, who in theory was based off of Temple, the proto frame, right? But it's also eternalism, which also means potentially divergent timelines. But they did say inside of Temple's conversations that Temple was based off of Temple. Flare was based off of Temple, right? So that alone right there gives us some information. So a prime Temple is something that can exist. Yeah, I really just need to delete Tenacious D off my playlist. Yeah, Rel is Rel. Redacted, I'm assuming that you just had a disconnect there. Oh, you've had a full internet crash, okay. Have I had my stab yet? I don't think I did. Yeah, time travel creates a lot of problems whenever we come into continuity conversations, right? They said their game was glitched? Yeah, it's fine. If they're resetting, they're resetting. We'll give them a second here. I'm also going to run a quick ad break right now. You all know the deal. We have to run ads every once in a bit so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads kind of like me and you want to split community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, sit tight. He punches your frame rate into the ground? Nice. Love it. Okay, let's see if Redacted's back. And if not, we'll just go with the three of us here. Nope. Okay. We'll just go with the three of us here. Exterminate. Scaldra. Scaldra survival. Let's go. Let's go! ETA, as in temporal Archimedia, or estimated time of arrival. Because I don't know what you're waiting for arrival, but, you know. Is shifted? Yeah, but if you... Just like, as a general thing, the problem with time travel is we don't know if our timeline is the timeline in which Entrati went back in time. You know what I mean? It's really messy when you start messing around with timelines. So we don't know if Entrati in our normal origin system timeline went back in time and caused all of this. Which is actually something that I think is the case, that we're not actually in a divergent timeline, we're just in a timeline loop. Because of other conversations with Minerva and Velimir. To do with the Scaldra. So, for those of you who don't know, this is just like a conversation piece with Velimir, and it was sort of an sort of quick little mention by Minerva. The Scaldra are working for a is a cult based on a group of international elites called the Oro. O-R-O. Anyone notice the name O-R-O? There are other things inside of Warframe? Anyone? I'll give you a hint. Oro kin. So we may, just as Tenno, be living in the timeline that Entrati went back in time to try to mess around with, and it's actually all just one continuous loop, right? So, like, it's one of those, this is the problem with time travel. Time travel creates such a huge amount of issues whenever you start talking about theories of story, lore, and continuity. Because there's no real right answer, because obviously we don't know how time travel actually operates. Right? So, like, there's no right or wrong answer here. Scaldra feel theoretically like Proto-Grineer, exactly. We also don't know where the infested officially came from. So the infested could have officially came from the tech rot, right? We don't know where the tech rot, the infested, actually came from. And that's also kind of part of the other lore stuff, right? Like, Warframe's lore is like a weird mess, but it's amazing. Because there's not really, like, a set route that they have to go into. Right. But, like, here's the problem, is we're now in chicken and egg territory. You know? Who's the real problem causer here? Is it the chicken, or is it the egg? And which one of those two came first? Like, that's the problem with, like, the whole concept of time travel inside of Warframe. And that's kind of the fun for people who like the lore, where it kind of gets real messy. Egg was first, chicken did not exist? No, that's not true. Because how did the egg get born? If there was not a chicken, where did egg come from? Welcome to the problem. Evolution? Yeah, but then did an egg just fucking came out of thin air? Where did the egg that the chicken came out of come from? Evolution? The egg just evolved out of thin air? That's the problem. There were eggs before chickens, but where did the egg come from? That's not the question, right? This is like in the context of what we're talking about, because it's a fucking metaphor. Crazy, right? Other animals? Okay, so then it just, another animal just spawned a egg. And then out of that egg came a North American chicken. A dinosaur laid an egg and a chicken came out. Brilliant. No, evolution, but what we're talking about is we're using it as a metaphor here. We're using it as a metaphor because, obviously. You went shopping? Welcome back. The question is, did Warframes exist before Warframe, or did Warframes exist because Proto-Frames existed because Albrecht went back in time to create Proto-Frames to fight the Oro and the Scaldra and Wally, etc., etc., etc. So the question isn't actual chicken and egg, it's using the metaphor of chicken and egg. I know, metaphors are very hard for people to understand. They're very deep and very confusing. I'm being sarcastic in case that wasn't clear. But it's like, it's one of those things of which one is real. Like, where did Warframes come from? Obviously, Albrecht. But where did Albrecht get the idea from? Did Albrecht get it from time-traveling Albrecht? You know? And in that case, how far down this loop of insanity did Albrecht time travel? Or is it like the whole theory of whenever you time travel, you leave behind a separate timeline where you die? You know? Is it even him? Yeah, that's the other question. Is it even him? Like, there's the problem with this, like, the problem that Digital Extremes has created for us as lore people is that time travel is real fucky. You're just a biology major? You're a biology major. I'm gonna biology your major. But you also don't need to use cap logs, even if you're a biology major. Being a biology major doesn't mean that you need to use cap logs. Lotus. Yo, Zenos can't stay for another stream, sick today with yet another. Really? Again? Got your first lich yesterday? Heck yeah, that's awesome. I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. You just swing that way? That's okay. You don't swing that way? That's okay. I don't care.
Hello there.
I don't care which way anybody swings. Hey, Ninja. How you doing? Okay, redacted. I'm shooting you back an invite. Yeah, you got an invite in game, redacted. That's not what I wanted. Arsenal Parazon. For the first time in my life, I'm clicking on the Parazon. And meaning to. Worm away, Trojan. Worm. Tro. Where did Albrecht find Aiden Pierce, or did he make him use the body? I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about. Quick correct. Did they put on the... Did that hotfix happen yet this week? No. Tech Rot. Exterminate. Do we have a Tech Rot Exterminate? We don't have a Tech Rot Exterminate. Okay. Take anything they do that I take. Take anything I know that I wait. Yeah, and that's kind of like, honestly, like, I love Warframe's lore. It's a real mess, though. It's a real mess, though. What is, Ronzo? Ronzo, we need to have words. Ronzo, and everybody. Everybody here. Everyone. I don't know what it is with the Warframe community. Are you all allergic to the word please? Yes, I have already given Lori a shout out, May. Yes, I've already given Lori a shout out. Let me have control of my game. Stop taking over my game. If I'm teching in something, let me be in control of it. Ah! Anyway, I'm fine. Whee! Whee! I put 2 Umbral Forma in my Nezha too, because other Nezha builds do want to be running potentially 2 Umbral mods. Right? Like, I run 2 Umbral mods on my Dark Verse and on my Raffle Advanced builds. Spike. Yeah, I should play something other than, I don't know, I just kind of feel like being brain dead and just hitting the melee button. Yeah, so if you're doing one of the heat-based builds, yeah, you want to be running Archon Vitality. But, like, you just didn't waste Umbral Forma. Gandhi.
Proper pissed off. It's coming out of every
Why does it hurt your eyes when I proc Tennokai? I don't know. Why does it hurt your eyes when I proc Tennokai? It's not that bright.
feel me. Now extract yourself.
At least it's not that bright to me. Then explain why you don't use Umbral mods, because you don't want them. It's personal preference. Welcome to Warframe. Why didn't I use it? I don't know, man. Are you your own person and you make your own choices? Frig. Can I yell at my Coda at your Coda spawn? Do you have a Coda active? Step 1. Do you have a Coda active? Worm away. Heart cell and what of these do I want here? I guess that one. More antivirus mods are not bad. Oh my god, twins, Basil, twins! Twins! Okay, well, we've done all 5, so we should be back at the Legosite Harvest now. And we'll do a bounty so that we can get some rep. Yeah, you're just doing a different build here. It works well. You're not doing a Divine Retribution build. You're also doing a very different build here. You're also running a Mars Hatred for armor. Which is interesting. More strength, more armor. This is much more like a gun platform build. Pyroclastic Flow, that's pretty neat. Not a lot of people use that. That's neat. You don't use the Umbral mods because you think you're one of the worst things DE has ever made. Alright. I think you're probably one of the few people who think that, but, you know. All the power to you. I think they're pretty swell. I love them. Go forth, kitty! That's a big mug? Yep. It is a tasty mug. Mug. We love eating mug. I mean, like, you know, I don't like the faction mods, so I don't use the faction mods. I love the Umbral mods. It's actually a melee CC platform. All the power to you. Looks cool. Chemical warfare. That'd be hard on the teeth? Yeah, it's fine. I'm not using them for anything anyway. No, they're very good. It's just, I'm too lazy and will never use them. Because if I have to change my loadouts every time that I decide to change up my mission, I hate to break it to you, I'm just not gonna do that. They're great. I think they're very fun. Gives people some options to do some really interesting things with builds, do some really interesting damage with builds. But I'm just not gonna waste my time with them. Vacation starts tomorrow. Woohoo! Are you going anywhere, or is there just sort of like time off? Ooh, a pizza. Well, I hate preparation because it's a mod slot that I solve by pushing a button. You know what I mean? I just throw down an energy pizza and I just wait for 5 seconds. And then I get a free mod spot for more strength, or more range, or more anything else. So like, that's why I hate preparation, because it's just like, this is a mod slot that gets solved in so many other ways. What's my opinion on the Jupiter rifle? You just started making it? I actually just put a short yesterday on that. Which you can check over on the channel there. None. A lot of times, too good and overshadow other mods that give the same bonuses. But isn't that just what primes do? Right? They're too good, they overshadow other options because of the prime version of it. You know? Because all they are, after all, is basically just primed intensify, primed steel, and primed vitality. That's all they really are. It's just primed versions of those mods, just with a neat interaction when you have more than one of them on. Nightmare. Scaldra, exterminate. Scaldra. Because, like, the other thing to remember is most people don't run more than one Umbral mod. And they usually, if they're running an Umbral mod, they're usually just running Umbral Intensify. Right? Energy pads are not always available in another resource sink. You can afford it now, but you're not burning a pad to play Titanium on a capture mission. No, you don't burn a pad to play Titanium on a capture mission. But, you know, that's like a very specific use case of it. Like, some people put, you know, if you're doing a Titania capture mission, then you're also probably just running Thermal Sunder. So you're running a very specific build. Right? To make captures as quick as possible. Typically speaking. And that's like a very specific use case. No, on Prime mods overshadowing, because sometimes you don't need the amount of the Prime version gives, but so why would you spend the extra mod capacity? Yeah, but you also sometimes don't need the same stuff that the Umbral mods give, right? Like, any argument against Primes or for Primes is also the exact same argument for Umbral mods, because they're just primed versions of those mods with an extra added benefit, at least the way I see it. Right? They're the exact same thing. Oh, you guys should not have been in a tunnel like that. That was a bold error. They serve the exact same purpose. Is it worth it to put an Umbral Forma in a build since you can change what to be there instead of making another build using not? Usually you can just Forma around it. Depending on if you're running, like, I usually don't put an Umbral Forma on a build unless it's necessary. Like, necessary to use an Umbral Forma, I'll instead just use regular Forma. Or vice versa, right? But it's very few times, like, if I'm using 2 Umbral mods, then I'll usually throw on a Umbral Intensive, like an Umbral mod on there. Yeah, but there's also nothing, like, forcing you to use them, right? So then just don't use them. It's all good. If you don't like them, you don't like them. All the power to you. I love them because I love the fact that there's combo sets, you know, they're fantastic in that way, but then also it's just kind of a fun extra addition into the game. That's the way that I look at it. The floating light. It's back. It's back. Yes. It's back. Sorry. It's in a different spot this time. What's up with Pill? Great question. What is up with Pill? Mods with the prime mods don't? Yeah, but also, I mean, like, it's 14% more strength if you're just using a base Umbral Intensify. It's 55 use more than one. And that's less than what a primed mod equivalent gives you, right? It's usually more than what is that, 20% increase? So, but at the end of the day, right, if you don't like it, you don't like it, and it's totally fine to just not do it. You know, if you don't like them, don't like them. Perfectly fine. Need to change pairs on? No worries, do it up. I think that the Umbral mods, 77, yeah, it's 77 when you use all of them, but like the amount of frames that actually want to use all of them is like 5. You know? Chroma, maybe. Usually not, because you don't have mod room for the armor bonus and you don't necessarily need the extra armor. What survival do you need to do? Explaining your reasoning? No, it's totally valid reasoning. No, you're valid. Your reasoning is like, I don't necessarily agree with your reasoning, but it's perfectly fine. If you don't like it, you don't like it, and that's fine. What survival do you need to do, Redacted? Either of them? Or is there a specific one that you need to do? Both? Perfect, let's do Hell Scrub. No, listen, I'm not being negative against you or meaning to be negative against you at all. It's interesting that that's your reasoning because, like, to me, I don't see any different in your reasoning for primed mods, right? Like, prime mods to what you're saying of against Umbral mods is the exact same logic that prime mods exist, right? So that's, like, part of the confusion for me. Of like where your reasoning is going, because to me Umbral mods are just primed mods with a little bit of an extra added benefit, but you're very rarely running more than 2. Like I think I'm probably right by saying there's like 5 frames in the game where you want to run all 3 of them, and even then you don't always run all 3 of them because mod capacity is a thing. Get out of here, nerd. Opinion on Sight? I love Sight. I love Sight. Very strong, very fun. Can do some really obnoxious things with the Sobek right now. Oh look, the tunnels. I actually like using Sight with their base kit, like no helmets. I find that to be the most enjoyable way for me to play Sight. Mia! How you doing? Welcome on in. How was your stream? Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. What'd y'all get up to today? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. Welcome on in. What did y'all get up to today? Trying to get Coda weapons. Ooh, was there any specific Coda weapon you were looking to grab? Did you get them? Did you get all the goodies that you were hoping for? Thanks for getting that shout out, Rogue. Appreciate you. Really wish you enjoy you really enjoy the mix of gun running and sniping with him. You wish you could also use better melee here and there to mix with Sight. Yeah, but Sight's not really necessarily meant to be a melee frame, at least in my mind. Like Sight's whole kit is based around doing the I just ate all my combo counter. Not that I had a lot of combo counter there. But like Sight's whole idea is being a sniper, a shooter, right? The punch through, the ammo bricks, etc., etc. But I get you. Already have one Coda weapon, the shotgun, but you hoping for the hammer? Ooh. Well, that's okay. I think the hammer's back next week, right? Or on the next rotation, which will be Saturday? I think it's Saturday. Melee with bomb with them, even though you can't do one. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I feel ya. Always the wish of you could have this thing. There was a 60% moto a few weeks back. I think it was actually the first week, wasn't it? The first week at Tech Roll Encore, there was a 60% moto. Stop stealing your kills. I'm just doing stuff, man. I don't know what I'm doing. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming, Maximus? Do you have a hairball, and are you screaming to let me know that you have a hairball? Nope, you got the zooms. Okay. You're just zooming away, little man. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Off you go. I know, buddy. The world is crazy. Squawk, 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 squawk. The cutest little fluffy boy. Being the crazy person. You gotta go to bed? No worries. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. And we'll catch you next time. Chop, 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 chop. Ah, chop, 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 chop. Ah, chop, 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 chop. Ah, chop, 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 chop. Ah, chop. Ah, chop, 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 chop. Misery. Misery loves company. Yeah, there's Misery. Oh, look. Free candies. I love the candy. Chop, 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 chop. Ah, chop, 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 chop. Gah! I didn't have any heavy combo. Nah, no, well. I didn't have any heavy, Zenosfire active. My brain's not working today. I think today's probably going to be a bit of a shorter stream. Probably get 2 liches done, though. Try to get 2 done. Gah! Up. Gah! Oop, extract. Whee! Damn lamp post's always getting in my way.
Floor count is approaching terminally unfun levels. Activate another health scrubber.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. No, I slid into a heavy landing. No. Excalibur build, you just realized you have Wrathful Advance? Well, if you want to see my Excalibur build. How do you spell Excal? C-A-L. I just had one of those moments right there. Alright, everyone, we gotta run a quick ad break. You know the deal. New ads, ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, sit tight. Slight plug? I mean, that's literally my job. That's literally what I'm here for. Bang, bang. Are you done being a weirdo? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think all of the, I think all of the liches are actually puns, if I remember correctly. Screaming in agony. Misery loves company. Doing better? I'm doing okay. Still haunted by Danger Freaky Bork? I don't know what you're talking about. What you're talking about, Wills? Whee! 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 One of your Coda names? Danger Freaky Bork. That's a hell of a name, alright. That's a hell of a name, alright. What was that? Oh, it was trying to do the air throw mechanic from my path assist, I think. Convert it? Nice. Good choice. Big Bites Whale Escape. That sounds like a bad band name from the 90s. I love it. It's kind of consistently hitting 50 stacks if you just hit the enemy fast enough, if there's less enemies. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, because I remember the problem with Peacemakers is that it has such a low status chance, so you can't really do a whole lot with the status effects. So you don't want to mod really for anything other than heat on Peacemakers, unless of course you're also throwing a whole bunch more status effects on the Peacemaker. Why? Why would you think that that's what I wanted to do? At what point in game's history would be like, yes, I need to auto mantle onto this thing that I can nearly walk on top of? You done with your lich? Nice, lucky you. I got at least one more stab in me. So once we're done this, then we're all Gucci. Oh, the heavy slash. Oh, hey, these my idiots? They're my idiots. Huzzah! Where did they go? There we go. There we go! My liches are in Proxima. So when we're done with this, we'll see where everyone's at. And we are going to stick together with a group so that we get everybody at the same time, done their lich, and then also to get all that sweet, tasty, free extra heart cells. This is America. Hey, another idiot! Says backmask input. Weird name. This is America. Pew! Yeah. So is that... Are we all at Proxima now with that? And if not, that's okay. We're gonna do this together because that's what we do around here. Whoa! Oh, is this happening again? Okay, we're good. I didn't get turned into a slideshow this time. Still waiting on your lich? No worries. No worries, we'll wait. We'll work with you because that's what people do. That's the right thing to do. Where's Misery? Misery? Sir? Would you like some death? Thank you. Waka. Kamikaze Donkey. Or Kamikaze. Welcome in. Get your money, black man. Get your money. Does Core's Whip Claw swing faster, cast speed charge? No, it does not. No, attack speed or cast speed does not impact Whip Claw's rate of casting. You don't know how you got here? Listen, welcome on in. Who knows who brought you? But we're happy to have you. How you doing today? Ooh, okay. What now? Okay, so if you still have a lich, queue us up for a mission that you need. I'll be back in 2 seconds here. Were you a spilly boy? You are not a spilly boy. Every stab you've done is wrong? Are you doing the lich properly? Saman, Lucky. How you doing? So the reason why I'm asking are you doing the lich properly, because a lot of people still don't know this, is that what you do is you put on 3 different antivirus mods, you figure out which one's the right ones. If the first 3 aren't the right one, you swap them out for the next 3, and then you swap them out for the next 2. These are 8, so you go 3, 3, 2. And then from the 2, you start putting on potency mods. So, we can just keep going here. Because then that way you find out your antivirus correct. You find out your antivirus, you know, faster. And then you start using the potency once you figure out what antivirus you need. That's the idea behind it. That is the optimal way to do it. Because you don't get any potency bonuses if you don't have any... If you don't have the antivirus. So it doesn't make sense to be running any potency mods until you know what the antivirus is. Yeah, we literally taught Voyage that, like, what was it, last week? I don't think it was yesterday, right, Voyage? I think it was sometime last week. And now we're stressed down. Like
Each enemy is
time.
more powerful than with true mastery of the 10 arsenal, will you succeed.
Now we're stressed down. Yeah, it was sometime last week. I just can't remember what day it was, but it was last week sometime. God, you need to make money. Yeah. Yeah. Wake up, you need to make money. Back time. Good old days. Stressed out. Chop, 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 chop. Ah, chop, 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 chop. Yes, it should at most take 3 stabs. I think Engineer put out a video recently of the most efficient way to farm a Coda Lich. I feel like maybe I should make a short on that, but I feel like I'm gonna wait a little while until after Ken gets the time to get the views. Yeah, it's still class of the shotgun. Bronzo. I heard a pizza box! There you are. There's my reputations right there. I love the reputations. It has a low effective range? Yeah, but you can fix that with, increasing projectile flight speed. Increasing projectile flight speed increases the effective range of shotguns. So it's never really that big of a problem. Because that goes on to your Exilus slot. Yep. Increasing projectile flight speed will increase the fall off range of shotguns. There we go. There we go. We're done.
Resist to strike. You strike to win.
Literally all the time, Tier. Literally all the time. Sorry, I'm just replying to a YouTube comment here. Okay, if you guys want to go do a quick trade for those, I'll shoot you back invites in a second here. Sinklors! Welcome in, how you doing? Hey Templar, good to see you. How you doing today? Sam, you can always just go here, recent players, and shoot an invite here. I'll get Voyage back in the squad here in the meantime. Take you only a minute? Yeah, sure, go ahead, Voyage. Do your thing. Kari Gaia, welcome in, how you doing? Sorry, I'm just checking my YouTube comments. Give me a moment. Trying to just doing the Ropolis, try to find the Serration mod. That's because the Rolopalopolis doesn't drop the Serration mod. The Serration mod comes from the Thermia Fractures event. When is drops? There are no drops. If you're ever looking for drops, you can go to the drops page and see when, if, or how drops are happening. But there are no drops happening on any channel that I know of. And drops only happen during primetime and the primetime raid target and special community members who are part of the Warframe content creator program, which I am not, on specific days. Could you shoot us an invite? Yeah, you guys done? We'll just wait for Voyage to finish off that. I just gotta, sorry, just replying to comments here. International, yeah, it was the Spanish team. Yeah, that's right. No, drops only happen during the special streams. I'm not special enough. Okay, queue us up for whatever mission you need, redacted. Yeah, that was like hours ago at this point. I don't even know when the international team streams or not. Why is there Aya in 99? Because they wanted to. I don't know. Was more than just Spanish? I think that there's not really any other international community that is not English. I think Spanish is just the largest international community. You know what I mean? I don't think that there's as big of a fan base for other languages out there. Like German, most Germans speak English. Most French speak English. Most other countries speak English, and like Spanish covers parts of North America, South America, Spain, and like a whole bunch of other areas too. Most Spanish speak English? Yeah, but it's like, think of like all the other areas, right? I don't know if there's like, oh, is this bug happening again? Come over here, and then jump back on the waypoint. Come over to me, and then once everyone's off the bike, then we'll go back to the bike. This is just a common bug. I think it's probably just sort of language distribution, right? Is the idea behind it? Like a knife. I don't know how big of like other language communities exist in Warframe. Voyage, you gotta jump off the bike. Same with you, Redacted. Come over to the waypoint. Come to waypoint. Get off bike. Now go back on the bike. I don't think Spanish is the most spoken language in the world. I think it's probably like the one of the most spoken, because of course the Spanish colonial was massive. Same with the English colonies and, you know, French colonies, etc. But like, I don't know if Spanish is the most spoken language in the world. Yeah, you know, various languages spoken in China is definitely the most spoken. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. There's literally a billion people. Now, do all of them speak the same specific language? Probably not. Really? Bengal is? Kind of surprised by Bengal being the one of the top ones there. Yeah, I would have expected Hindi to be over Bengal. But also, I don't really know what the major languages are spoken in sort of that region of the world, so...
It's gonna deadlock permanently. Clock ticking. Look for furlough charges.
Bengalese? It's specifically spoken by Bengal Tiger fans. I think Bengal is technically a region of the... Yeah, it's, well, Bangladesh, but also I think Bengal is spoken quite a lot in India. But I have no idea. Language is not something that I really pay attention to. Like, language, linguistics history and linguistics areas. But Bangladesh would make sense. Bengal, Bangladesh. Say China's being the most spoken is debatable. Well, it's also to remember, like, there are tens, hundreds, thousands of dialects for some of these languages. So even then, like, Mandarin or Cantonese has, like, massive dialects. How big Farsi is? That's actually a good question, too, because a lot of... Like, I wonder how big Russian is, because, of course, the, you know, USSR. So, like, I wonder, sort of... What? Was that actually... Oh, wow, that was. I thought I just got teleported to a random area. Wasn't expecting stairs to be here. Fair enough, you speak 3 languages, kinda. You're gonna try to learn 2 more. I wish that I could learn more languages, but I can barely speak English as it is. Why aren't you moving? Why did you turn left there? I wasn't looking left, nor did I hit the left button. Is my keyboard possessed again? That could be it. What is going on with my movement? Ah! Ah!
The cache was destroyed.
Ah!
It's okay.
Bunch of variations of Chinese, yeah, because, like, Chinese is in itself, like, the Western term of the amalgamation of, like, Mandarin, Cantonese, and all of the other dialects, right? It's not a single language, to my knowledge. I don't think Chinese is actually technically a language. I think it's, like, Mandarin, which is, like, mainland, and, oh wait, is Mandarin mainland, or is Cantonese mainland? One's mainland, one's spoken in... heavily in, like... like Hong Kong, Macau. How did that name get allowed? How did that clan name get allowed? Digital Extremes, I have questions. How did that clan name get allowed? Huh. Portuguese, your native language, is the 6th ranking on the war spoken languages. Yeah, that makes sense, because remember, the Portuguese Empire was freaking massive, right? Like, Portuguese was... Brazil, a bunch of different colonies down the coast of Africa, and a bunch of colonies in Southeast Asia, right? Because the Portuguese Empire, and including there's like some areas in there too, in like China and like other areas that have Portuguese influences. So like that makes sense that Portuguese would be a very highly spoken language. To me at least. Like, if you look at any colonial power that was massive, that's, like, gonna be one of the most spoken languages. It's just gonna be that. Like, colonialism, awful. Dislike colonialism. But that is just kind of the reality of the situation, right? Like, English is one of the most spoken languages in the world because the sun never set on the English Empire. Right? Like, that phrase existed for a reason. technically speaking, there was like a 2-hour period because time zones where the sun actually did set on the English Empire, but you know, whatever. But like that phrase existed for a reason, right? That person was dead. Why did you drain my combo counter for a dead person? I'm going to assume that was not English, and just as a reminder, because I don't speak any other languages than English, for moderation purposes, please keep the chat to English. Thank you. I assume you didn't say anything inappropriate there. That's just my rule, is that if other languages pop it in chat, I just delete it. So don't worry, you're fine. It was Dutch? Hell yeah. We love the Dutch. Afrikaans? Yeah, because Afrikaans was, you know, South Africa was at one point in time heavily influenced by the Dutch colonies. So, of course that would make sense by make it look like Afrikaans, right? So, like, and it's just like, you know, it's all weird. It's all crazy. It's super interesting to see, like, one thing that's very, very interesting is using linguistics to track the evolution of language, because some, you know, like, first peoples of North America, right? There's obviously not a whole lot of written history there. But because their languages haven't really changed at all, well, they have changed, but they still speak relatively similar languages than they did thousands of years ago, sort of. It's complicated. But, you can actually trace the lineage of and the peoplings of North America by the structure of their languages, which is very interesting because they're like subsets of language groups, etc., etc. It's very, very interesting to see all that stuff. You need to stop trying to move. We can't res you if you're trying to move. Not that I think that you were trying to do that, but we couldn't res you, and I'm sorry. I tried to res you. I tried so hard, and we got so far, but in the end, it just didn't matter. Russian as well as English, because you grew up next to a Russian village in Alaska. That's actually super interesting. Do you know that Alaska, for those of you who don't know, was originally part of Russia, and the US bought it off of them? Like, years ago? Centuries ago? A very, very long time ago. In a galaxy far, far away. So, like, that makes sense that you would know Russian, because, you know, Alaska. I can see Russia from my house! Oh, Sarah Palin. Oh. Oh, Sarah Palin. I really want Void Fishers in 99. I really want Omnia Fishers in 99. You know French, English, and trying to learn German and Gaelic. That's kind of cool. Assassin's Creed Shadows has some actual lore with the Black Samurai? Yeah, what, Yamato? No, that's not right. What was his name, historically? Because there was Yasuke, that's the one. Yasuke was actually a real historical figure. It was, if I remember my history correctly, so don't quote me on this. He was a slave on either the Spanish or the Portuguese trading vessels. Was given present from the Portuguese, that's what it was. Yeah, so it was the Portuguese trading vessels. African retainer of Oda Nobunaga, samurai of African origin who served Oda Nobunaga during the Sengoku period until Nobunaga's death. According to historical, first arrived in Japan, Italian Jesuit summoned him out of desire to see a black man. Subsequently, Nobunaga took him into his service and gave him the name of Yasuke. As a samurai, he was granted a sword, a house, and a stipend. Yasuke accompanied Nobunaga until his death and fought at Honnoji incident with the death of Nobunaga. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you for that, Jinx. Junks. Yes! The drinking, smoking bear. Actually, I did know that one. Wooltick the artillery bear. Yep. Sergeant Wooltick. I think he was a sergeant. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break. Y'all know the deal. We run ads so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, don't like ads. Kind of like me and you want to community. Twitch sub, Twitch share about YouTube member. Premium. Haitian Creole. What's the difference between Haitian Creole and like regular Creole? Is Creole actually like a highly spoken language? Because I know like there's, I mean, of course, Creole is a mixture of like French and other languages. Right? Right? Yeah. Remembering my history, right? Fun fact, if you play Heart of Irons 4, you can have Wolfsjack lead the country. That's amazing. English and French, but there's other languages sprinkled in there? Okay, that makes sense. Did you know that Creole exists because of the English hating the French in Canada? Crazy. Arcadia, which is where the Cadians come from, which is where the Cajuns come from, which is where Creole comes from. Canada history, you're welcome. I'm sorry, also, because it's all my fault. It's all Canada's fault. It's actually all the British's fault. Damn British people, ruining everything. Imagine a bear who smokes and drinks leading a nation. You would not want to piss them off. I think that just kind of summarizes a lot of the countries, actually. In America, speak it mainly by by people in the South. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's the Cajun community, right? Creole, Cajun, etc. Oh, we got to do the waypoint thing, guys. Get off the bike. Come here. Cometh to me. It's just different dialects? Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if it was just different dialects or stuff. I got one funny one, which was like clown car something or other. I had fun with that one. Whee! Kind of like St. Louis having its own dialect of French? Yeah. I would assume that would be very similar to that. Similar concept, at least. You might leave after this. No worries. And even making new pages in case of existence of a good debatable thing to the scummy sales. I mean, Japan had fairly well written histories, so, I mean, if we just go back to the original sources, I would assume that there's some information there. Maybe leave soon too? No worries, if you need to go, head on out. It's all good in the hood. I'd like us all to finish together so that we can all get the extra heart cells, but it doesn't really matter. You by the hand. Here you go, kitty. Here you go, kitty. Where's the Legosite? This way. To stand on. Yep, definitely wanted to auto-mantle that. Definitely. Where's the baddie? Where's the baddie? Gah! They're the first to sail the entire world and get in touch with different cultures. The Portuguese were the first. That's why the Portuguese have sole rights to the nautical globe on their flag. Oh, that's neat. That's neat. Didn't know that. Alrighty, let's get this done, shall we?
It is done. The fleet are
Okay, Turbo.
now, or if
Sounds like we'll have space for you, so if you want to hold on to your confrontation, if you want to get those free extra heart cells, just sit tight.
next battle will be harder still. So
Oh, I thought I saw a candy there.
what the tech rot has taken from us. A formidable
Alright, let's keep it rolling, shall we? Get this donezoed for the day. We do love the free heart cells. Okay, queue's up for the next one. No worries, Sam. Take care. Have yourself a good night. Queue's up for the next one. Redacted. And we'll keep going here. Can't get enough. Let's go! Still doing? Yeah, we're just finishing this off here.
Practiced to truly master the
Nothing at all. Yeah, if you want to. I don't know how much longer we're going to be going here, but you're welcome to join us, City, if you want. That's not the one I wanted. I clicked the one I wanted. I didn't mean to invite a dinos. I'm sorry, dinos. I didn't mean to invite you. Sorry, buddy. Just one more stab for Redacted? Perfect. Let's get it done. I did see a pizza box here. Hell yeah! Pizza. Hey, Bezba, why? Bezaba, frig, why is my brain just not working? Hi, how's it going? Welcome on in. How's your day? Where am I? I think I'm losing my mind, officially. No, that was just Zeno's breaking down mentally. Don't read into that one. That was just Zeno's breaking down. Don't mind me. Oh, there goes all my frames. Interesting. Where'd all my frames go? Room for the Coda end fight? Potentially. Maybe? I don't know. 404 not found? Yeah, basically. Basically, yes, that. I want you leave us behind the walls. Why isn't this a door I can go through? Ah! What's happening? What the hell is happening? Those walls. Yeah, my PC's really missing my new graphics card. No, I think there's just some interaction that might be happening with City because it wasn't happening earlier. No, that's not true. It was happening earlier, so I have no idea what's going on. Age verification that requires an ID or face scan to view sensitive materials. What the hell is Discord doing? It's not what Discord's doing. It's what the hell is the United States government doing? The answer to your problem is America. Because certain states are like forcing censored content to require age verification. It's only in the UK or Australia? Oh, that's weird then. Then I have no idea. Oh, I think Australia put in a law for social media. You need to be a certain age for social media now. I think Australia did that. I don't know about anything in the UK. But I think Australia did that. So it might have some connection to that. Ban children from using social media? Yeah, I think so too. I think maybe that's it. Queue us up for the next one if you still need to stab your lich. Let's go! Only happens when you pull your melee CC platform Neja? Oh, that's weird. I've never seen that happen before. The worker bees drink my water, I suppose.
These foes deserve your respect.
I suppose. Am I running low on energy pizzas?
But I gotta tell you, they will not be.
I usually don't pay attention to how many energy pizzas I have until I actually need to refill my energy pizzas because I've run out. So I very well could need energy pizzas, I just don't pay attention. I have 10 left? Oh geez, I do need energy pizzas. I'll just make a couple thousand here.
Paulkus just subscribed.
Paulkus, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. Super appreciate you. Welcome on in. How you doing today? Hey, Snugbug, how you doing? Get to waypoint? Are you gonna crash my computer? Because I would rather not have my stream end. So let's not do that. If that's what you're aiming to do. And instead, let's do the mission so I can get another lich done today. How about me? I'm doing okay today. Not the best, not the worst. Do 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 do. Sweet do 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 do. Take we can get. At least it isn't horrible. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Doing decent. Planning on making an Atlas build. I already have an Atlas build. I just haven't done a video on it yet. You know, only so much time in the day. But yes, Atlas is on the list to get done up eventually. Probably a full build video for him. Do 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 do. Stab. Get stabbed. Oh, both of you needed to stab your liches. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. I love the tunnels. The children yearn for the mines. Honorable member. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on, and how you doing today? Stop me. City, how fresh is this lich? Or was that... No, I wasn't looking that way. I think that they count as boss mobs, so I don't think that that would work on them. But I could be wrong. How fresh is your lich, City? In this chains, you can't stop me. It worked on Cigaris? Really? Well, that's kind of surprising, actually. 50%, but you can step out? Okay, do you want to keep going on this lich for yourself? And we'll get the confrontation squad going here. And then if you want to, you can join us in on our next hunt. City? Okay, Turbo. Redacted. And who is our... Was it Pike? Pike, were you the one who's at confrontation? We got room for one for confrontation unless Pike was... I forget who was the other person. I forget who the other person was. I don't remember. There's a reason why you can pull 95%. Is it because you're just killing everyone's computer so that they can't, you know, actually play the game? Was it spooky? Okay. Spooky it is. Is it because you're playing a slam build? Opinion on Coda weapons specifically? Like, what are you asking about specifically? Just Coda weapons in general? A specific Coda weapon? What's, what you looking for here? The Kuvacomb legs your game? Really? Jeez. Yeah, I mean, City, like, I mean, not City, but, like, in general, slam builds are so powerful right now that they're just outperforming everything, right? That's part of the reason why they're getting looked at as potential nerfs. You know? That's part of the reason why everyone's looking at them as potential nerfs. Because slams are just outrageous. And you can't stop me. Oh yeah, like slam builds are absolutely broken, yeah. Like outrageously strong.
Offensive broadcast incoming.
Overpowered and obnoxious things? Yeah, that's exactly my point too.
Cannon offline.
Overpowered things aren't a problem. It's when the overpowered things make it so that you can't do other things in the game, right?
If all your artists are giving you trouble,
That it causes problems. At least for me, that's the case.
them.
Punch through? No, punch through. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is like, even then, those don't, because of the range of glaives, they don't do as much as the slam builds do. At least typically. I find that slam builds are usually significantly larger AoE than what glaives can put out. Glaives work with Raffle Vance, yep. Oh yeah, the dual viscous is great fun. But that's also like another thing that people are not like talking about, but hypothesizing might get looked at as well as melee influence. But honestly, I don't see, you know, I don't see them doing multiple big nerfs like that, especially to a singular weapon category. If anything, I see them like looking at slams first because of the disruptive nature and because of automation concerns. I can see that happening. Who knows? You know, they said that they were going to talk about it on the last dev stream, and they didn't talk about it at all, so maybe they're walking it back completely and they're not going to do anything. It's really just, no, it's all slams. It's all slams are doing it. Stampodes, Architriton. You know, it's all slams right now are doing the really crazy things. Still need some input from the user. I mean, beyond just hitting the melee button. Not really. But like... What? Oh, there we go. But who knows, right? It's one of those things where, like, it could happen. Are they going to actually do it? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Somewhere between the sacred silence and sleep. Concert not open yet. Well, I mean, it's not like Melee really needs help room clearing, right? I think I'm gonna see much more like of buffing the current arcanes than anything else. Like Melee Duplicate. I would love to see a buff to Melee Duplicate. I love the idea of Melee Duplicate. I was out of that. Screw you. If only you could put duplex bond on Venari. That was like one of the most disappointing things. Like, why can't I have duplex bond on my Venari? Oh yeah, Volt does it really well. Necros does it really well too. If you type !Necros, you'll see my 22 minion-ish Necros build. Caliban, the problem with Caliban is I like all of his abilities. That's the problem with my Caliban. There's nothing I like want to subsume over. But like, that's all definitely a personal preference. You can still obviously throw on the Sand Cats onto Caliban and he'll do perfectly fine and have a great time with it. But like... No, I didn't touch that one. Okay, good. I didn't touch that one. No, that one definitely hit me. No, stop it. Stop it. Stuck at 5 summons? He's stuck at 7? No, he's stuck at more than 5. Because 8 from Shield Bros plus 4 cats from what's his face's augment, and then plus your own companion there. So that's another 4 there. So it should be 7, 4, 4? So 15 summons maximum? Right, his 1 shield guys have... Yeah, 8 shielders. No, it's 4 cats. It's not 2 cats, it's 4 cats. Sand cats. Shield cats is, sand cats is 4. Not 2. It's 2 on Inneros with, Inneros's, Sandstorm. But the actual ability is, with the augment, it's 4. Right? I think? I think so. Memory says yes, but I could be wrong. When in doubt, wiki it out. So Caliban, I think, could have... I want to say Caliban can have 15? No, 16. It's 1 Swarm Kavat plus 2 more? Is that right? I don't know if that's right. I thought Kavat Swarm allowed you a maximum of 4 cats. Maybe I'm wrong. You need an overpowered Nikana build? Honestly, just like a standard crit stats hybrid will do fine on it. I thought it was 4 cats. Because with my Necros build, I had 4 cats running around. From Desiccation's Curse. Am I losing my mind? Yeah, but yeah, well, it doesn't matter to me. I know it's in the text, but there's lots of things in the text of the game that are incorrect. Black screen, no worries. It's all good. There's lots of things in the text that's in Warframe's text that is incorrect, even on the wiki. There's a number of things where I'm like, this isn't right at all. Maybe it was a bug? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, we got a real quick ad break. You know the deal. Minute and a half of ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Sit tight, you're not gonna miss much. Exactly. Silence doesn't say that it actually turns off Xmas unit's abilities, right? That's another example. There's like a bunch of stuff in the game that just doesn't, you know, it just doesn't say it. It's kind of frustrating, but also there's only so much information that they can pack into a small window, right? So that kind of causes some problems there. I mean, in Dota, it makes more sense to have accurate info, if anything. GG squad. GG squad. Eyes of my peers. Yep.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Yeah, it says here on the wiki page, the augment functions normally when desiccation is subsumed onto any warframe, allowing them to summon up to 5 swarm combats. So yeah, it's 5 from this. It is 5. I'm not losing my mind. It is 5. It's 5 cats. Cats 5. Can't even count that high? True North American. GG squad. Yeah, it's 5 cats. I wasn't losing my mind. Gotta go. No worries, Reacted. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the code fight. More than happy to, Spooky. Very happy to. Eleanor. Coda weapons. Okay, so base assist or cause assist. I think we're gonna go cause assist here.
Take good care of it, won't you? Yes, please, let's have some fun.
And grab more of those because we need those.
There's a whole world beyond
Cows. Abroad. Heat. And... oh, sweet! This actually did get it up to 60. Wait. Why did it get it up to 60? Is it adding 10% from both? Why is it getting up to 60? Oh, 58 is rounded up? Oh. Oh. Well, I'll take it. I didn't realize 58 was rounded up. Hell yeah. Don't mind if I do. Another one bites the dust. Now we just need 1, 2, 3, 4 weapons. And then we're donezoed. Sweet. We just need the Basicist, the Hema, the Toxica, and the Pox. And then we're done. And then we're done. Love to see it. Bow, bow. Do-do. Ba-dum. Ba-wah. Get the Coda Mire? Yeah, the Coda Mire is really good. I was really kind of impressed by that thing. Why is this electric? Why is this heat? Why is this heat? Man, whatever. Do 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 ba da bow 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 ba da do ba da do 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 ba da da ba da bow ba da bow do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba-da bow. Bow 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 bow. Ba-da ba-da bow. No, just thinking right now, Kuroki. Just thinking. Just trying to think. Am I thinking? Thinking hurts. Thinking hurts. Thinking hurts. Actually, I am going to call it here for me today. I'm just not feeling great. So we're going to go drop you off with good friend of the stream, Lori. Lori's running a charity right now for Make-A-Wish. But first, before that, Polkus, thank you very much for the sub. Mahina Cat, thank you very much for the raid. Liam, thank you for the raid. Mud, thank you for the tier 1. Tara, thank you very much for the 4 months. Prime, thanks for using your Prime here. Everyone, we're going to go drop you off with Lori. Sorry, everyone, for the short stream today. I'm just not feeling great. Ye old mental health be mental healthin'. You know how it is. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll probably be doing some more Warframe tomorrow. So I hope that you all have yourselves a wonderful time. Take care, be safe. Go spend 60 seconds. Go say hi to Lori. If you're able to give to Lori's charity drive, you know, you should do it for a good cause. But otherwise, take care, be safe, be good to each other, have yourselves a wonderful evening, and we'll see all y'all tomorrow. See you then. Bye.